Good evening. I call the regular meeting of the Ames City Council for Tuesday, August 12th to order. Welcome, everybody. We're going to start out with a recognition of the City of Ames Animal Shelter and Animal Control on achieving 98.55% save rate. Sure, absolutely.
Some staff and volunteers today.
Yeah, it's great. Well, tonight we're pleased to recognize the Animal Shelter and Animal Control Department, and this recognition letter came from Best Friends, Save Them All. I'm going to read excerpts from the letter. Dear Ron, on behalf of Best Friends Animal Society, I want to congratulate the City of Ames Animal Shelter and Animal Control on achieving a 90% save rate for calendar year 2024. You have joined an elite group of organizations across the country who are leading the way to making us a no-kill nation. This accomplishment represents so much more than a number. It represents a culture of caring and compassion. It represents dedicated staff, committed volunteers, and motivated supporters. It represents innovative, thoughtful programming, and it represents extraordinary leadership, both within your organization and within our broader animal welfare movement. Although 90% is by definition a number, organizations that achieve and maintain no kill are made up of people who never forget that each fraction of those percentage points represents a life saved. These numbers represent cherished family members who are alive because of your dedication and hard work. Bottom line, every day you and your team create more and more opportunities for people and animals to experience love. Please accept this certificate as a representation of your dedication, leadership, and the incredible milestone you've reached on behalf of the animals we all love. With deepest respect, Julie Castle, CEO of Best Friends Animal Society. Ron, congratulations. Staff, congratulations. If you want to make a few comments.
Sure. Thank you very much, Mayor Hala. This is a great honor to accept this on behalf of the City of Ames. We have a great program. I'm very proud of it. We couldn't do that without the support of the council, City Manager's Office, Chief Huff and his team, the leadership team. But most importantly, our amazing staff and volunteers. Every day they're working hard. The compassion, the care, and everything that they provide to not just the animals here in our community, but the residents here in our community. So I'm so proud of them. We couldn't do this without them. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much.
All right, move on to consent. Is there any item from consent that council wishes to pull tonight? Hearing none, entertain motion to approve consent.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Betcher. Aye. Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk.
Aye.
All right, we'll move on to public forum. Is there time we set aside for items that are not on the agenda, but that are city business? And we ask people to limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. Council will not take any action on your comments during this meeting. Is anyone who wants to address council tonight? I think I mentioned or talked to the young lady next to you that I think your interest in the emerald ash borer, is that correct? Yes, because the item that will be on is not on the agenda. So if you want to speak and give your comments, you may do it right now. If you would introduce yourself and you may begin.
My name is Jamie Meyer. I'm actually live in Boone County. I have a house here in Ames that I've had for 40 years. And I used to work for the city as a power plant employee. I was the operator there for a number of years. And since I retired, I've become even more of a naturalist than what I was before. And what I mean by that, I am very focused on nature and promoting nature in any way that I can. And one of those ways is by volunteering on the Ames Pollinator Plan Committee. We've got a lot of members on that committee, and it's a very progressive committee. A lot of very prominent people are on that committee. So anyway, because of that, I've been focused on an issue that I discovered last fall of Ames was and still is so far treating ash trees for emerald ash borer. And I sent an email out to everybody on that. Hopefully most of you had a chance to read that. And this is something that half a year ago, I didn't realize that treatment also killed any insect that would chew on that tree. And those insects, there's a lot of great pollinators that chew on that tree. And what's interesting is when you think about it, basically all the remaining ash trees that are alive are treated with neonicotinoids. That's a chemical that is systemic in the tree. It's brought up through the roots or it's injected into the trunk. Two different ways of applying that neonic chemical, and then it's spread throughout the entire canopy of the tree. And so any insect that chews on that will die, including emerald ash borer. It does control the emerald ash borer. There's no doubt about it. 95% of the time, there are trees that are treated that end up dying anyway. So, in the city in 2023 treated 154 trees at a cost of over $27,000. And the reason the city was doing that, the way I understand it, Gabby Edwards told me this. So the reason was so that it spread out the death of the trees over a longer period of time so that we wouldn't have to remove so many trees all at once. And that makes sense to spread that cost out. And so my contention is we're going to spend that money anyway to take those trees out. They're going to die, whether it's this year or next year, 5 years from now, they will die. There's no doubt about it. So why not just do it now? And what's interesting is that they were treated in 2023. Well, that chemical needs to be reapplied every 2 years. Okay. And this is a year for it to be reapplied. So, however, even some of the trees that were treated in 2023 still has the systemic chemical in it. And so those trees, a lot of those trees will still live for a long period of time. How many years? Who knows? Depends on the tree and the amount of chemical that was injected into the tree. And I think most of the city applications have been through injecting into the trunk, not a soil drench. The injection is much better than the soil drench, because neonicotinoids can get into our water supply. And by drenching on the soil, it can actually leach into the aquifer. And so neonics, by the way, are a common chemical that's used to coat different seed, soybean, corn seed. And that chemical is absorbed by the corn plant as it grows and protects the corn plant from corn borers and other insects. All insects that wants to chew on that corn plant or soybean plant is protected by that. So that's the primary use of neonicotinoids. And there's a lot of different kinds of neonics, 3 or 4 in particular, that are used commonly. So what I'm asking in my email to the city council, to the mayor, was to discontinue the use of neonicotinoids to treat for emerald ash borer, protecting our pollinators, that the other pollinators that chew on that tree. Cecropia moths, tiger swallowtails, morning cloak butterflies are some examples of butterflies that prefer ash trees. So, got any questions for me? I'll be glad to entertain any questions on this subject.
Thank you, Jamie. And your letter will be considered by the council at the very end of the meeting to see if it wants to be referred to staff or take any action. So
Okay.
welcome to stay if you want to, or
Okay.
you can.
I will stay. I really appreciate the opportunity to
Right.
speak.
Thank you. Jamie. Anybody else?
It may be a long meeting.
Yeah.
Just
so we just-
a heads up.
No, it not maybe. It will be a long meeting, but
Yeah.
you're welcome to stay. We love company.
Yeah.
All right, we will close public forum and move on to item number 35, resolution approving FY 26-27 city analysis of social service evaluation team priorities.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Typically in the summer, each of the asset funding partners, which include the city, the county, United Way, and ISU Student Government, revisit their funding priorities and establish them for the subsequent funding years. So this year we're a little bit behind schedule because there was an effort this year to bring all the boards together to try and develop some joint funding priorities. We were not able to reach a consensus, and so at this point, each of the funding boards will continue to approve their set of priorities. So tonight, we're asking you to consider a modified version of what was approved last year. The most significant things about this modified version is that one, homelessness is called out as one of the areas of focus, since we know that has been a community issue here in Ames. Two, it eliminates naming disaster response, since that has been an area where a lower amount of asset funds have gone towards that, which is not to say it's not important. It just hasn't been highly funded through the asset dollars, the city asset dollars. And then what we've also tried to do is to simplify the terminology that is used. Really, that was a point of confusion, I think, for agencies and volunteers, because each of the four funders were using slightly different words to describe the same thing. So what we've tried to do here is mimic the same language that the other funding groups have used. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Paul. Questions?
Do you know when we'll return to the discussion of these priorities?
Yeah, so one of the things that all the funding boards wanted to do was look at some longer term discussions around outcome-based goals for the asset process. And so the recommendation was to set up a subgroup to start working on that. And that would be a subset of the council members, a subset of the board of supervisors, ISU Student Government, and United Way. So our plan is to spend a little bit of time here in August with the staff working through what that could look like. And I anticipate that I'll be before you again in September to talk through next steps on that.
Other questions?
Can you, so the list that we see in the action form, the order is slightly different than in the modified. So can you just explain how that came to be?
Yeah, so what we have typically done in the past was we had mental health as kind of the top category and then basic needs as the second. So there is a flip-flop in that one. And part of that came from the discussions with the joint funders. It sounded like for all the other funders, the basic needs is the top priority. And so there was some discussion about switching that for the city council as well. And it seemed like in those discussions, you guys were comfortable with that, but we're open to changes too.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, entertain a motion on resolution,
Move alternative 1,
Second.
which is approving the
modified
modified.
version.
Thank you. Roll call.
BD Hanson,
Aye.
Rollins,
Aye.
Corriere, Garten,
Aye.
Junk, Betcher.
Aye.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. All right, move on to under 36, staff report on residential curbside recycling. Justin and Nolan and Mark, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're going to have a report for you on residential curbside recycling. And some things we really want to point out to you before we get into this is we're not seeking direction from you tonight. What we're really striving to do is to inform you of some of the items that we're going to talk about, some of the major highlights of what this curbside recycling program will look like. And we plan to come back to you in about a month in September when we had some time to digest it, allow you to ask some questions and help us continue to guide this in the right place. And then at that point in time, we'll look for some direction on how to move forward. As you may recall, the reason we're looking at this is because as we move forward with the closure of the resource recovery plant and move forward with the resource recovery and recycling campus, our diversion rates with waste and recycling need to change. So right now, as we work through waste to energy, we are diverting material from the landfill primarily through the combustion incineration of that waste. As we move away from that, we will have to find different ways of doing that. And the primary method of doing that is the residential curbside recycling program. We also need to look at limiting what we haul to Carroll County. That has an effect on our operating costs. The Iowa DNR also charges fees for to a city that it's based off how much material you divert out of the landfill. So the more you divert, the less you pay to the Iowa DNR. So it's important that we maximize that as much as we can and also align with our climate action plan throughout this. In 2023, we had some of the annual satisfaction survey questions around recycling. We found that over 80% of the respondents favored recycling in some form or another. Many of them were willing to sort materials from their waste as well. And in 2024, we asked a little bit different question, but 70% of the respondents said that improvements in the waste to energy or reducing waste emissions was a really high point for them in terms of climate action and next steps that we need to take. So we believe there's good public desire to do this, and this is the time to really roll this out. So tonight, I'm joined by Nolan Sagan and Mark Peebler, and Nolan's done a lot of research on this for us. He's put together a really nice report, and we have identified about 10 issues that we really want to just lay out to the council and let you think about them, ask questions throughout them, and then we'll come back later. So I'll let Nolan talk about these 10 here in more detail, and then we will come back at the end and look for more input from you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Justin. So we'll start with level of access. So there are a number of different levels of access that we could provide for recycling. Starting with the highest level of access, this would result in the most participation, the most diversion rates. And then as we go down, we'll get lower levels of access, lower levels of participation and diversion. So the first one, universal access, cart included. Everyone would get a cart. Everyone would be charged for the service. So under this model, there is an increased risk of contamination. Folks would get a container that may not be interested in recycling, and they could put trash in the container. So we would have to manage that. But as I said, it would result in the highest rates of participation and diversion. So our second option would be similar in that everyone would be charged for the service, but different in that you would need to opt in to receive a container. So that there would be an online or a phone call where you'd opt in to receive a container, and only those who opt in would receive one. So this mitigates some of the contamination risks where only folks who want to participate would receive a cart, but it does add complexity to the delivery, only delivering carts to folks who want them. And then lower participation and diversion, like I said. And then our other two options are opt-in. So only folks who opt in would be charged and would receive a cart. So we're not recommending these two options, as option C would result in higher fees for those who want to participate, as it would be a smaller rate base. And then option D is what we currently do, offering a drop-off site, which we do believe is vital. We have prioritized that in the R3C design for those, the extra tonnage that you wouldn't be able to fit in a curbside bin. But we do believe that to reach our goals for diversion and participation, that more access is needed. So that's why we're recommending A or B for the level of access.
I think it's important to point out too that we will still, as Nolan said, we will still offer the free customer convenience drop off at the Resource Recovery Center. So even with all of this, citizens can still come and utilize that service as well.
In addition to the other cardboard containers that we have around town, we would be interested in continuing to do that, as cardboard is one of those that's important to have additional drop off for large boxes, additional boxes that may also not fit. All right, so explored two options here as far as the provider. One would require existing haulers to provide curbside recycling access. So 2 of the 7 existing haulers currently offer curbside recycling. This would require the other ones to offer that service. Our residents would continue to coordinate directly with their haulers. The city would not be involved in this process. So this would be obviously less involvement from the city. We wouldn't be actively involved for staff time, but it would result in higher truck traffic. All of those haulers would be out servicing recycling bins. And then residents would receive varying services depending on who they contract with. And then the recycling rules is important to consider as well. As we do outreach and education around recycling, if you have different haulers servicing recycling, there would be different rules and different materials that would go depending on who your hauler is. So it would make the whole process a little bit more confusing. And then we would not be able to track diversion rates. So haulers could optionally submit that data to us, but they would not be required to. And then we're recommending option number 2. So this would be a citywide contract with one provider. Residents would be charged on their Ames utilities bill. The city would issue a request for proposals, and that hauler would be selected through that competitive process. So this would likely result in lower fees, getting that efficiency through scale of the program, consistent service, consistent rules as far as what goes into the recycling and what doesn't. And then that full transparency into how many people are participating in it, what's the tonnage that we're receiving for recycling, and then you get that reduced truck traffic as well with only one provider out there for recycling. And it is important to note that this is separate from waste. We're only looking at recycling. We're not talking about waste or MSW at all. However, the downside of this approach is that it would eliminate the ability to choose your provider. All right, as far as the timeline, and I will note too, the slides where we have a staff recommendation on the right, we would be looking for specific guidance from council when we return in September, like Justin mentioned. The slides where we don't have a staff recommendation on there are for more informational purposes, like this one. So the timeline we're looking at about 9 to 12 months from the issuance of the RFP to start of service, assuming that we do go that route and issue an RFP. And the R3C is expected to be operational in mid-2027 at the latest. So we're looking at a gap of potentially 6 or less months where we could start recycling service, but before the R3C opens. So during that period of time, recycling would need to be directly hauled down to Des Moines, which could marginally increase costs for the program during that time period. And then obviously when the R3C is open, all of the tonnage would go directly there. So we could look at through the contract, spreading those costs out through the life of the 5-year contract instead of having different rates, for those first 6 months. Then we are looking at potential benefits for the electric utility with that increased diversion near term away from the RDF and in the incineration process. All right, container ownership, we explored 3 options here for ownership of the containers. So assuming option A, which would be the most containers, around 18,000 of them. Option B would be a little bit less. Under all of these options, we would assume that the contractor, we'd build this into the contract where they deliver the carts, they maintain them, provide repair services to residents for those carts. So the first one would be contractor owned. The selected contractor would furnish all of the containers. They would be contractor branded. The city would not be involved in that. They would be branded for the contractor. This would be the lowest cost, easier for the contractor to furnish containers that they already have. However, it does present a lot of difficulties down the road. We would likely contract for 5 years. If we need to switch, rebid that out, the existing contractor would maintain a pretty significant advantage having all of their assets out in the field already, and it would be much more difficult and disruptive to change contractors at some point if that were to be needed. Option 2 would be city owned. We would go out and bid and purchase these containers and deliver them and still work with the contractor on that delivery, maintenance, and repair. And then option 3, we would work with a contractor to furnish city branded containers. So they would custom order these and then build those costs in over 5 years, which would add about $1 cost per month per household over those 5 years. And at the end of that term, the city would then assume ownership of all of those containers and they would remain in place no matter who the contractor is that's servicing. And like I said, we're recommending option 3 there. All right, frequency of service. Most communities do either every other week or weekly service. We're recommending every other week service. You gain higher efficiency through this model. The bins are usually fuller. You're taking fewer trips. It's much more common for those reasons nationwide, and looking at lower operational costs as well by taking fewer trips. So the upside to weekly service is that you could achieve slightly higher diversion rates by servicing those containers more often, but communities that have switched from weekly to every other week haven't noticed really significant changes in participation or diversion through those changes. So we believe we could still reach our diversion goals through every other week service. All right, then things to consider for contractor compensation. So like I mentioned, an RFP would select a contractor. We would consider that compensation along with a number of other factors when determining rates to charge residents for the service. So the hauler compensation would be a component of that. Other components would include the disposal costs. So we would need to arrive at those also through a bidding process with a material recovery facility to accept those recyclables. So we would land on those tipping fees, incorporate that into the rates, and then also included are the cost of the equipment. Like I mentioned, if we go with the amortization model, that would add about $1 per month for each household. Then you have administrative costs built in there as well. So it's important to think about the contractor compensation separately than the rates charged to customers. We would pay the hauler for the services that they're providing, and then separately through a different process internally at the city determine the fees or the rates charged to customers for the service. And it's important to think about it that way because the compensation and the tipping fees would vary over time, and there's a varying amount of risk that we could assume through these processes. So the hauler costs would go up and down with diesel prices, and the tipping fees would go up and down. The market for recyclable materials is pretty volatile. The costs that we would receive for those materials would go up and down. So there's a spectrum of risk that we could assume, whether we want to track those prices as they go up and down or pay a little bit more for more consistency there. All right, multifamily housing. So an initial program would service units, properties with up to 4 units. So this would be our single family housing, townhomes, that type of housing up to 4 units. That would cover about 60% of our housing here in the community. And the other 40%, we've considered a few different strategies in order to work towards access for residents living in multifamily housing. We believe a good approach would be through a pilot project. So you run into a lot of unique challenges with multifamily housing, finding a location for a container, contamination with containers looking like a dumpster, and all those aspects. So we would suggest that the city partner with interested properties to pilot this out and try to understand what are the difficulties, what are the obstacles that you're running into so that we can sort of gain a shared understanding of what this would involve for recycling at multifamily housing. And then there are a number of communities in Iowa who require multifamily properties to offer recycling. So that is a policy that the council could consider down the road. All right, also important to consider is our partner communities in Story County. So as Justin mentioned, our obligations to recycle, we would pass those on to our partner communities and require that they participate in some form of recycling. So there's a few different ways to approach this. One would be through a mobile recycling drop-off trailer. So if they're not interested in curbside, then they could do a mobile recycling drop-off trailer, either for sorted recyclables, sort of like what we have at the resource recovery plant right now, or one for single stream recycling where they're all commingled. And that could rotate through different communities or could sit in one community, and they could then bring that to the resource recovery and recycling campus. The other option would be curbside recycling. So communities could do what we're doing, issue an RFP, negotiate their own services and rates on their own, bring that tonnage also to the resource recovery recycling campus or to their own facility, or they could sort of tag along, hop onto our contract and participate using the same hauler that the city of Ames would be using. So we would suggest in an RFP to request that haulers provide optional pricing for communities so that they have transparent rates that we could then communicate and have that information available. All right, and through contracting processes, we feel it's important to consider performance incentives or penalties. Like we mentioned, it would likely be one hauler over the course of 5 years. So these are important contracting tools that the city could use to sort of maintain that high level of service, quality control throughout the service term. So the guidance we would be looking for here is a list of, we've provided a list of criteria that could be factored into incentives or penalties. So guidance could be provided from council to understand, where our priorities, which of these criteria do we care most about, and we want to ensure that we maintain a high level of service throughout for the hauler. So these could be structured as additional payments, payment reductions, damages, additional education outreach programs, events at no cost to the city. There are a number of ways that this could be structured. All right, last but not least, education and outreach. This will be a vitally important tool once a program is up and running, maximizing diversion and participation, and then minimizing that contamination. These will be two of our most important goals as the program progresses. So education and outreach, great way to accomplish that. Lots of creative ways that we can do this as well. We've listed a few there on the bottom. I also want to clearly outline in a request for proposals what we would expect from the contractor for education and outreach. There's also a spectrum here. The city could lead most of the education and outreach supported by the contractor, or it could be the other way around. The city could support and the contractor could take a lead, in these education and outreach efforts. So there are a number of ways that we could structure this as well. But that is all we have. Just to reiterate, not looking for specific direction, decisions tonight. Would love to answer any questions, discuss these further, and then we'll return in September for some decisions.
Thanks, Nolan. Questions?
I had a few. Do we require households to have garbage service currently? No. I mean, I know that you pick who you want, but I didn't know if it was required that you have it. So that's one question I had. Another thought I had was the difference between the model where everyone gets charged and everyone gets a cart, and everyone gets charged and you opt in for the cart. You mentioned the benefit of option A being a risk of contamination. But my guess is that the hauler we go with would have freedom to fine if there's contamination in the recycling, or is that not a concept that we think they would go with? Because I mean, if you purchase that service now, if you're using a hauler and you put in non-recyclable material into your recycling bin, they'll fine you for it. So I assume option A, eventually we wouldn't see much contamination if the provider would be allowed to fine for that. Have you thought about that?
I think that would be towards the end when we talked about incentives and that sort of stuff. That if council were to choose to go with a single hauler, those sort of things would be built into that. And those you're on the right path exactly. That's a question we're going to have for council. Do we want the hauler? Probably wouldn't be fining them. It'd probably be the city,
sure,
since we would be running that contract. But we would obviously need the information from the hauler to know that this particular address has some issues.
Yeah.
And I think our goal would always be education and
first.
compliance.
Absolutely.
Yep. And so really try to work through that. So option A does have some of that risk that it could be used, but also as you look at the diversion rates between option A and B, there's significantly more diversion nationally when they see that. So it's just things for council to consider.
Sure. Okay. I thought I had one last question, but I can't remember it now, so I'll let somebody else go.
Other questions?
Well, I had a question from the staff report. It talked about the high rates of success rates of Iowa State in terms of their recycling efforts. And I just wondered, was there anything there that we can learn from in order to make ours more successful? Like like 70% and now 80%. And so just wondered what,
I think
they are doing.
what you would see happen is we would partner very closely with them because what I believe you see happening is on campus they can control a lot of that waste a lot easier than we can necessarily in the private residences. However, utilizing them, Mary Rankin is really close. They're a sustainability coordinator. We do a lot of things proactively with Iowa State. Utilizing them as an asset to us would be exactly what I would foresee happening as we build into this program, especially the education side of things. How can we brand that so that it's consistent with not only what Iowa State is saying, but we're saying, so we have the same type of diversion. We're planning on the same things going in the same bin. I think you hit it head on that we would certainly work closely with them.
okay. And then I just wondered if you had looked at similar sized cities. I know that you've looked at a number of cities and a number of models, but those that might be around our same size, was there anything that we can learn looking at similar sized cities versus just recycling efforts generally?
Yes, I would say a lot of what's in the report is built around what those cities have done. A lot of the recommendations we're making to you is based off that information we got from there. But we would also probably look at, as we really drill into those details and provide some guidance back to you more finely tuned, that we would utilize some of those best practices from those cities as well. Because the one thing that's unique about Ames is with this recycling, we don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel. A lot of other communities have been doing this for a lot longer than we have because we've done it differently with our waste to energy facility. But we can build off their successes now and hopefully take that farther than even they have. So we would absolutely build off them.
Okay, yeah. I was just thinking that Des Moines may not be who we want to compare ourselves to, but cities of similar size and how they're handling their
Absolutely, and
recycling.
especially cities with many multifamily housing. That's one of the big impacts, as Nolan had mentioned. That's going to be a challenge for us. How do we do that, and how do we do it effectively? That we're going to have to learn a little bit how they did it, and that's where we really want to pilot some of this. If we can focus on the residential side to get started, and then learn how the multifamily really works, and then start building off that and build that more into the community. I think that's very important for us, especially as we move up to the opening date of the R3C. We can kick this off ahead of time and really get everyone ready for it. So when the drop date happens, we're already well ahead of the curve.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
So we received an email and it posed an interesting question. We're looking at multifamily or single family, but this came from a resident of a townhome community, which did not have a lot of extra space for multiple recycling containers. Not that the people living there are not willing or interested in the program, but the question was, how can we meet the needs of those communities that have less space but are interested in the recycling? Do we have an answer for that? Have we thought about the difference between those kinds of situations and somebody who maybe has a full yard or a long driveway and extra space?
I think that the details we do not have worked out on that yet, but it is absolutely part of the equation to how I think all of us, myself included, where do I put another bin? Because space is probably at a premium for a lot of people. So looking at how we can do that yet still reach those goals. One of the things I would share is that if there's not space for a bin, there's always, you can bring the recycling to the resource recovery facility. While that still is a challenge because we're going to be asking them to pay for the curbside, there's going to be some pros and cons to this. There's going to be people that are not going to like probably having that additional bin and the additional work that goes into it. But I think we need to look at it as a community-wide. We need to have this diversion in order to meet our climate action goals, meet our goals for the DNR, and ensuring that we're being good stewards. And so those details and conversations still need to be worked out in this, but it's something we can certainly look into and maybe try to have some more information when we come back in September, how we might approach that.
I think it would be good to keep in mind that there may be quite a few people who have moved into townhomes because they're older. And so taking things to the R3C may not be something they're able to do easily. And so I don't know what that means, but it's something I think you should keep in mind.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions?
So I'm going to talk about public input. So I can't remember anything that we've done that will have affected such a large percentage of our population. So could you walk us through what your vision is for informing the public of the fact that we're even talking about this and options that we would have? How do we, we're going to be taking input on the front side of this, or is all of this going to be presumed that we're just going to make a decision up here and then just tell the community what we decided? Walk us through that.
Well, I believe we would want some public input. So part of coming back, part of introducing this right now is for those exact questions that you're asking. So when we come back in September, I think what's important is really understanding, does council have an appetite, excuse me, to start this program in 2026 before the R3C is ready? And if so, then we should probably have some of that public input ahead of that time so we know what we're looking at. We also realize there's a long lead time before we can really kick this off from an equipment and a staffing standpoint, from a contracting, assuming we go down that route. So when we come back in September, if council's really looking for some robust public input, we can certainly bring that out and start that process then before we ask direction on it. If you're looking for us to get some public input before we come back, we can certainly try that as well and reach out and start getting some ideas from the public of what they think. But ultimately, the need to divert and recycle is going to be something that we're going to have to do as a community. So how we build that out, I think, is where that public input happens. And it would be definitely useful to do that before we have council make decisions on this. So I believe if council wanted to give us some direction to seek some of that public input in the next month, 6 weeks before we come back to you and we can provide you some information, we can certainly take that tonight and kick that off as soon as we can and try to get some of that information from the public.
Yeah, I can't imagine that we wouldn't want to engage Susan Gwiazda and her team in developing a communication plan for this. It seems like a pretty small window. And then how we're going to collect that information. I think there'll be some whiplash if all of a sudden the community finds these tubs in front of their house, and guess what? You're going to have to start using these. Like, I don't know anything about this. And so I just can't think of another thing that we've asked the community to do in terms of behavior changes as significant as this in the time I've been on council. So I think there's a approval communication plan that needs to be in place, as well as the post communication. Could you give us just a couple of thoughts on the diverted material? And we've had bits and pieces of this along the way. So when the recycled material is diverted, where does it go in? Are we confident that it actually is going to be, in fact, recycled and find another life? Could you talk about that?
I'll try my best. Maybe Mark can give me a little more help with this one. But so there are 2 to 3 facilities that would take this commingled curbside recycling in the Des Moines metro area. So we have met with both of them, and they both have different approaches to how they would handle the marketing of those commodities. But I truly believe that as we take them to them, they sort them and then they go off to another party to actually the full recycling that happens. So they're part of a materials recovery facility where they take it and they package it and ship it to a third party that then does the actual recycling part of it. So Mark, am I hitting that pretty close there? Or?
Yes, yeah, it's exactly right. So these material recovery facilities, it's similar to what we've done in the past with resource recovery, processing municipal solid waste using magnets, using augers, using disc greens, optical sorters. So as the single stream recycling goes through, it separates out all the cardboard, the paper, the plastics by colors or density, whether it's polyethylene or the different types. So then it's also pulling out any of the non-ferrous, copper, brass, and aluminum for recycling, and then the glass as well. So that's something that we may discuss, or we will discuss further, is the glass collection program. If it's beneficial to continue doing the collection that we have that's separated out, or if that will be included in the single stream. But yeah, both of those facilities, they process the material, and like Nolan and Justin talked about, there's a rebate that goes into that. So you're paying for a processing fee or a tipping fee there. And then depending on how they have it structured, you would get a rebate fee based on the commodities and the percentages of that material through audits. So it would help offset the cost of the recycling disposal fee.
No, that's great. So as we think about as a percentage of the material that goes through our waste system, what percentage is represented by houses that would be covered by this initially? I'm just trying to get my brain around the percentage of homes and and how that affects the overall waste stream. What difference is that making? So can you speak to the percentage that this represents of the entire waste stream?
So on the residential side, from what we've seen, we've done a waste characterization study in 2016, going through the material, the percentages for the residential waste or the commercial waste. But for the tonnage that's coming in, we're probably about 60 or 70% of the material is residential.
And so is there a plan at some point to work with restaurants and other grocery stores and things to also address a commercial on recycling for them as well? Or is this solely limited on residential?
So to start, I would say the focus is the single family residential, because you get the biggest bang for the buck for the program and starting it and getting everything off the ground. The business side and commercial cardboard, you think about that as a commodity, and the quantity and volume, it's a lot. So that's where it's beneficial for us to still have a collection at the new resource recovery and recycling campus for that larger material to be dropped off. But with this, there's ways that we can incentivize landfill diversion, and through that, with the tipping fees potentially being higher than the recycling fees. So it costs less for the businesses to bring cardboard to us or some of these other things to keep out of the waste stream, because then that reduces how much they're paying for their regular garbage collection, the frequency, and the tonnage that they're disposing of.
Yeah, I would just like to just put a thought towards maybe working with the chamber and just asking the question, would there be businesses that just voluntarily would say, look, we should be part of this? And so I don't know why we would necessarily just exclude them. I think at least seeking voluntary involvement would make sense. We're not addressing compost in this material tonight. And is there some thought at some point to add a component for composting material?
So definitely for the yard waste site for composting, whether we are able to do that at our current facility with windrows and breaking that material down to create compost and having it available back to residents or businesses here in City of Ames and Story County. But it may be something to where we have to contract that. They come in, they process it, they haul it out for the composting, and then maybe haul it back in so it's available for residents. The food waste side is going to be the biggest challenge, whether we go that direction as far as compost, or if it's going to go down to anaerobic digestion for using it through that process.
Are there communities that currently are having pickup for compost? Is that even a thing?
There are some communities that are doing that, yes.
I mean, I'm just one guy, but I would be interested in that. I think that would be a significant way of trying to reduce the biomaterial that's going into our waste stream.
Yeah, I think if I may, Tim, add one more thing. Right now, with the current siting of the new R3C, the challenge that we have is that we're a little bit limited on space and growing into that composting. That's the one thing that we kind of said, that's like step 2 once we get the R3C up and running. So we are absolutely have that desire to do that. We may not be able to do it day one because we need to really get the MSW and the recyclables off the ground. But I truly believe that we're going to grow into that program as we can start seeing those pieces move around, and we can find some space for that down there. So I think it's something we're growing into, maybe not right away. That's certainly a future project for us.
Okay. And then on the apartments, I know this is a real challenge. Again, I would also think about, are there ways in which we can encourage voluntary participation in this? So I think there are many college students who would say, look, just because we're an apartment doesn't mean we shouldn't be recycling. We're in fact, from demographic perspective, I presume that people under 25 would have a greater interest in doing these kinds of things. And so I don't want to write off college students just because of the pragmatics. I don't have any good suggestions on how we make that happen, but I know we have to sort of focus on sort of phasing this, but I would certainly encourage voluntary involvement with college students. Final question I have is on enforcement. So Anita asked a good question about best practices. What if someone just says, you know what, I'm not doing this. I'm throwing all my trash into the bin as I always have, and just basically flip us off. What is our posture, and how do we get compliance from people who just don't want to do this?
I think I would say we're probably going to have that, as you say. And so the best that we can do is continually to educate. We know we probably won't get everybody that will buy into recycling and use both cans. The important thing for us is if someone's not going to use that recycling can, if we went with option A, which everyone gets a can and everyone gets universal access, is if they're not using it in an appropriate manner, that maybe what we need to do is look at, do we need to just take that can away so we're not commingling that with the commodities that we are getting good value for. That will happen, I think, and we'll have to look at that from a policy standpoint, as you say. Does it make sense that we need to say if we can't get good participation, we keep seeing continual just use of it as another waste container, that we're not really succeeding with this individual, and maybe it's more on an individual basis that we just need to be like, pull that back until a time later when we think it'll be more useful for them, but continue with the education side of it. That's what my comment would be at this point in time. I don't think we can force anybody to necessarily recycle, because it's obviously all very voluntary where you throw your waste. But those that do it, we need to make sure that we have them holding up the program, and those that aren't being able to do that, maybe just try to take that can away so there's not that opportunity to contaminate the rest of the waste stream.
Well,
Any closing questions?
I was just going to mention some hauling services, like the one we use at work, for example, have cameras on the trucks. And when your bin gets dumped in the truck, it's taking footage. And if that camera sees a non-recyclable in your recycling, you get, in our case, a fine. Here, maybe we would, again, educate first before we would kick into that. But I think that's increasingly common, is using technology to determine who's using.
But if it's in the bag, if I
No, that's true. If it's recycling that's just getting thrown away, we have to accept that that'll happen. If they're throwing garbage in the recycling, that's where the fines can occur, I think.
Right.
All right, this is going to come back to council again. I think, Tim, you had a question about, which I think was a good one, about public input. Did you want to make a motion on that or give direction to staff, or does staff have enough to know about what the expectations are in terms of getting public input?
I think if you'd like us to do that, we'd certainly take a motion on that.
Is there a motion regarding that?
Sure. I would move that we ask staff to develop a plan for communicating what we're doing on this recycling plan, and provide for ways for giving input.
Second.
All right. Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right. So
Thanks.
we will you'll be coming back in sometime in September or October, depending upon public input process, and look for decisions. And people who are interested in giving feedback can certainly send emails to council, and we'll take public input when you come back again.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, move on. Item 37, Maple Grove Mobile Home Park request for sanitary sewer connection. Good evening, Mindy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Earlier this spring, we completed an extension of sanitary sewer from the west city limits to Boone County, as shown by that dashed green line in the map that's up on the screen. As part of that project, there were no services installed. So currently, that line has no flow in it right now. As we were installing this sanitary sewer, we had several properties out there that have called and inquired about connection. None of these properties are within the city limits, and at this time, we don't have a mechanism to allow them to connect. Maple Grove is one of those properties, as you know, because they sent a letter in April. And in summary, several of these properties, they have septic. They've had some issues. Some have had fines from the DNR. The DNR has also called asking about us connecting some of these properties. So tonight, we would like you to consider if we want to do anything at all, if this is an area that we are interested in annexing, or if we want to come up with a rural sanitary sewer rate similar to our rural water rate that we currently have. The one thing that I'll point out that since I wrote my original memo summarizing this for you is that in the past years, we've been doing testing on College Creek at Wilder. We didn't have very good flow at that time because we were kind of in a drought situation. So it had always shown some higher E. coli levels. This year in June, when they tested, they included a microbial source tracking in the test. And that tracking can show if it's the source is animal, some type of animal, or if it's human. And it did come back showing that the source primarily was human in this area. So it is our recommendation that we do something to connect and try to help with College Creek being not contaminated. So I'll open it up for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mindy. Questions?
So at a very basic level, alternative 1 or alternative 2 would both address that concern about human waste getting into College Creek.
Correct. Correct.
Other questions?
This has been a long overdue situation, so I am so glad that you're here and we're talking about this. That area has been, that mobile home park was basically a third world country for a while in terms of the way in which services were done. And so I, at one point, wanted to just annex it and bring it in the city because it was unfair to the people who were living there to have to live with those conditions. So I am very happy that we're here and looking at options tonight. Couple questions. I have sort of this sense that if we go with this rural sewer service agreement, which I'm open to probably either one of them, probably option 1 at this point. But if we go with an agreement like this, and maybe Mark, this is a question as much for you as anyone, I have this sort of deja vu with the Irons Part 2, that we put some kind of agreement of record and once again expect that the title examination process will be sufficient to make those kinds of documents available to the prospective buyer. Could you speak to the issue of what that would look like if we went with option 1?
Maybe Mark could answer this, better as you mentioned, but so if we have an agreement in place with them that would, kind of lay out when, we wanted to annex, it would be something that would have to be recorded with their plats, something that would be available when they did kind of like a title search. And obviously letting realtors know for anybody that might, be selling a property and not, unknowingly purchase something that they didn't realize that was tied to. So I think that would be some of the best ways to handle that.
And that's been sort of an unmitigated disaster with the Irons. And we have very sophisticated buyers and coming to us saying that somehow they had no knowledge of this. So if we go that direction, I would want to have city staff sort of think about afresh, are there ways in which we can make sure that no one is caught unawares of the obligations that come with buying one of these properties?
Yep. Other questions? Mindy, I think that with sewer systems, there's a minimum flow you need to have to keep, without getting into great detail, the waste suspended and continuing to flow. In your professional opinion, given what would be connected, since this is a new, you said there's no connections made on the sewer line.
Right.
Would there be any concerns about inadequate flow that would cause the city to have to incur jetting, cleaning from time to time that would become our responsibility, or would that be somehow written into the rural agreement that they would have to pay for that? Because if you have, anyway, I'm just curious. I know that I'm sure you thought about that already, but can you comment on that?
Sure. So Maple Grove itself would be large enough to have plenty of flow to be moving through there. If a single home connected, that would be something that may not have enough movement through there. I cannot recall what slope we have that pipe in at, but that's another way to help in get things moving along, as if the slope on the pipe is a little greater.
And would the requirement be that all properties that this line goes, that all properties that the light green, dark green, and yellow would all be required to connect to it, or be an option to connect to it?
It would be an option if we went with the sanitary sewer rural rate as an option. If we annexed that sanitary sewer, if it was extended all the way to Maple Grove, then they would be required because they would be within 200 feet, and that's a state requirement.
And if, again, how the devil's in the details, but I think there's in a report or email that Maple Grove might run their own line to the city manhole, but that would be going by other properties. Would that be up to them to work out if they want to do connections? Is that right? Or
Correct. With the rural sewer rate, if they ran that line out to serve them, it would be available for other properties to connect if they chose to. It wouldn't be that they would necessarily have to.
and then also, I'm just trying to think about who's going to pay for it. I mean, how's it's going to be sized? Who's going to do? Because if it was us, our staff would be sizing it to make sure, or consultants be sizing it to make sure it was done properly. If the option one was gone through, would staff be reviewing that also because it's connecting to our system?
Yes. So the extension to the property, Maple Grove property, would be a public main. So that would have to be designed by a licensed engineer, and we would review it before we would accept it as ours.
And then there was in the email, there's a request, I think when this line was going in, potentially to move that, to go up further along. I think it's at 500th Avenue, I think.
Yes. So there was a request so Maple Grove does have an engineer that they've been working with that had sized a new septic, but unfortunately they can't put it in as it's designed because there are wells in the area. They have lots of obstacles. That engineer had asked if we could extend it up just to make it a little easier for them. We would require that to be extended up. It's just we didn't have it as part of our project, and we were already, it was already pretty well done. And by the time they had made that request, we didn't make any changes.
They would not be allowed to go diagonally across the farm ground.
Correct. We wouldn't want them to go diagonal.
And then the last question I had was just capacity, a 15-inch sewer line. If you go to a rural sewer service, and let's just say someone wants to continue that out further to the west, is that going to take up capacity that maybe we would want to have available to serve annexable property?
15-inch should be adequate. Our minimum size, sewer is 8-inch. So that's quite a bit, of an upsize. So it should have plenty of capacity.
Good, thank you.
Another couple questions. Have we done something like this option one before? Do we have any examples in recent history?
For water, we do. Just with water, not with sewer.
We've had water rules.
And is what we're doing here similar to what we've done with water in the past?
Water's a little bit unique because of the service territories. But however, I think the rate would be modeled similarly. The water rural water rate, is about 15% above the residential or the local rate that you have if you're part of the city. So it would be a little bit more because of the administrative burden that we have, and we also want to have some incentive for them to be part of the city if we're offering services to them. So we would set it up similar to that, but that's probably how we would write it up around that, and also whatever obligations we want them to have in certain timeframes, as you mentioned before, with annexation and things like that later down the road.
Okay, and I want to clarify, when I was talking about the third world country, it wasn't Maple Grove. This was the mobile home park on the north side of Lincoln Way. So just to keep this clear, and maybe that wasn't clear to someone who was listening. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm wondering with annexation, what is entailed in the statement that the annexed area contains some drainage district infrastructure that the city would become a party to the maintenance of that infrastructure?
Okay, that's a good question. So on that map, there's that lighter blue dashed line. Those are county tiles that are part of a drainage district. And all landowners that are within that drainage district have to contribute to maintenance of those pipes and facilities. So we would become a party to that with annexation.
Why would we become a party to that if we don't own the land?
We would have right of way through there. So even with part of that right of way, we would be considered part of it. Now we would have a minor part, but we would still be part of it.
And so this is a monetary responsibility, not a repair responsibility or maintenance responsibility.
What would likely happen is the county drainage district could look to transfer that over to the city. We've had that happen before in the Southdale area where it's completely contained within the city of Ames. They would just turn it over to us, and then we're responsible for taking care of it from there. And when I say by taking care of it, well, when maintenance does happen, we may do it ourselves with staff, but then we can also work with the county drainage district secretary to ensure that the other parties pay their proportionate share of that.
All right, we're going to open up public comment. If there's anyone that wants to address council on this topic, you're welcome to do so. Please come to the podium and introduce yourself and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Anyone interested in doing that? Here's not. We'll close public comment.
I know Kelly wants to talk about annexation, how we would do this. We'll talk about the annexation, the voluntary annexation, not a voluntary annexation. We haven't really studied all the other infrastructures in there. When you annex, then all of a sudden the city's responsible. I can't tell you if they're built to city standards right now, what other obligations we'll be taking on. So,
are you asking like in relation to alternative 1 versus alternative 2?
well, first of all, land annexation would be all the property owners. We have a voluntary annexation.
Right. So I think in both alternatives, it's really incumbent upon Maple Grove and the owners to advance this beyond tonight. Is that, I mean, that was my understanding with alternative 1 is we're not trying to organize an annexation and bring everybody under the tent and get it all done. So they would have to organize it. I think there's a big difference between east and west of County Line Road. It's very easy to annex the commercial building and the storage building that touch the city. That does not impact any other annexation plans we have for the city. It actually would facilitate not having a gap in the future. What we looked at previously was as you started to string properties out along Lincoln Way to the west, it got potentially complicated if not everybody came in on how islands got created or not created in the future. So that was one question. So like if we go forward with alternative 1 and we're going to do annexation, I think you still have to reserve the right to see what actually comes in as the voluntary annexation. Because if it doesn't include that commercial square storage facility, it can be problematic in the future because there's a pinch point at that corner at Lincoln Way and County Line Road.
Actually, the recommendation is the rural sewer system, not
right. I'm sorry. Alternative 2 is the annexation.
Right. Yeah. Our recommendation is number 1.
Okay. Yeah, so annexation, until you actually have it submitted and you know what you're dealing with, it's a little hard to predict if it's going to make sense to us. And then there's the usual things. The unusual thing is the drainage district that Justin talked about, but then you have your other assumption of county right of way. You have an unpaved road here. You have an intersection that's in multiple jurisdictions that eventually has to be improved. It's an MPO project, but it is also noted as being a multi-jurisdiction with DOT, Boone and Story and Ames all involved. So there's a lot of issues here at this corner that we don't typically see because of all the different jurisdictions. Now, granted, with all that said, someday we do want to annex west of County Line Road. Like, we want to do that. It was anticipated would occur with new development, not just to accommodate legacy development. I think that's kind of the bigger issue, is it's legacy development that's adjacent to where we want to see development.
Thank you. Last, and one more question. Will this system be required to be installed according to SUDAS, so that eventually, if it is annexed, that and we have to take over that, it meets with our? Okay,
yes, correct.
Right. Is there a motion on the item on the agenda here?
Well, I still would like, Mark, if you could address this concern about how we make buyers aware of this. I mean, after what we've gone through with irons, at least we should think about this.
Yeah, I'm not sure, Tim, because, normally that's done through, feedback here. Normally that is done through can you hear me if I'm back this far? Okay. Normally that's done, through recording it, so people, when they purchase property, they get notice. And
I think you need to make your mic a little closer because.
Okay, there we go. It's recorded, and so people find out about it in their abstract when they purchase the property. I think we'll have to come. We all know that didn't work very well with the irons, but I think we would have to brainstorm some creative ways to go about that. I think Mindy had a good idea of alerting realtors. Maybe when we see properties that are up for sale, we make sure that the realtors know and inform the people. I'm just, the typical abstract process really ought to tell people that, but again, we've seen where that doesn't necessarily work. So I don't have any magic solution to that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks,
So
Mark.
I just want clarification, not from you, Mark.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps Public Works would be the clarifying people here. In this case, if they are connected to our sewer system, can they just go back to using septic? Like, they don't know they're connected to our sewer system? Or am I missing something?
No. So when they connect to the sewer system, all that piping will go to the sewer system, no longer go to septic. And then the septic will need to be removed.
So that's a little bit different situation than what we've got with the irons, because they will be physically connected to our sewer system. Now, the payment, they might not be aware of, but it seems like to me a substantially different kind of issue.
If I could clarify, I don't think the issue is the rural sewer rate or potentially trying to go back to septic, because you wouldn't be allowed to do that. It's the submission of the voluntary annexation application. There's no expected assessment here. Some of the other issues in the irons, there was 2 levels of issues in the irons. One, that you had to come in the city, and 2, that triggered more infrastructure being deployed at the cost of those residents. Don't think there's extra infrastructure here. It's just submitting the voluntary annexation, which was hard. We did not get cooperation at first. So I think that, at least that's what I was reading into Tim's comment, is just getting people to do what they said they were going to do, not the financial cost of other infrastructure.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, with the mobile home park, who owns the park? Is it owned by
one owner?
One owner. So it's not the individual mobile
Correct.
Or modular home.
Because those are not real property. So you're dealing with one owner of the mobile home park. You're dealing with three. In yellow, you have three owners, and then you have in the green one owner, and then again in the other green one or two owners. I don't remember if that one's split. So it's not as many owners, and they're for the most part commercial larger property owners.
And so they should technically be aware of the abstract process and having a title opinion done and reviewed.
Sure, it's still the same thing. I send you a letter that says, "Hey, you're supposed to turn this application into me," and they don't do it. All we can do is compel that through court action eventually if they don't follow through.
Okay, thank you. Right. Is there a motion?
I'll move alternative 1.
Second.
And would you just briefly summarize what that is?
This option would allow sanitary sewer service to be provided without annexation.
Thank you. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried. Thank you, Mindy. Thank you, Justin. We will move on to item number 38, finalizing new power plant site.
Good evening. Thank you for having us back. Thanks, Corey. All right. So tonight you have Curtis Spence with me. I'm the Director of Electric Services, and then Corey, our Director of Finance. So last time we were at council, one of the questions that came up as we were looking at signing an engineering contract with Sergeant Lundy was we were working under the assumption that we were going to be looking at the coal yard as the likely site. Council then asked, can you look at some alternatives at a very high level? Staff went back and hit the first button there, would you please? So that's what we did. We sat down both with electric services. We also talked to Public Works. We also talked to the current natural gas provider here in the city too, to get their perspective and tried to capture all of that in the last couple of weeks. Basically what I want to talk about tonight is we'll talk a little bit about the siting criteria we used. And again, this is the 50,000 foot level in about 2 weeks' time. We'll talk about some alternatives that we looked at and then want to recover the site that we've been talking about, the coal yard, talk about some of the attributes, what it may look like from Main Street. There's actually another bullet that should be in there. We're going to talk a little bit about sound that was also brought up, talk a little bit about vibration, and then we'll hand it over to Corey, who's done, based on some of the numbers we've come up with, again, 50,000 foot level impacts that customers could potentially see depending upon how those other costs would impact us. We have talked to URAB about this, and they are supportive of the coal yard. I asked if the president wanted to come tonight, but he's golfing. So he had golf league, so he couldn't make it. The siting criteria, the things that we look for, natural gas would be one of the two fuels that these units would run on. We need something, a minimum of a 10-inch line, a fairly large natural gas line at about 120 PSI from a pressure standpoint. And we believe at final build out, when we're running them all, we need about 10,000 decatherms when all are running. 11,000. To put that in perspective, right now we're burning about 12,000 a day using current Unit 8 when we're running. So it's roughly about the same amount of gas, and we are tied to a 10-inch line and at 120 PSI. The other thing that we look at is, so you have this generation mix, you really then ultimately need to get it around the city through the load. And the best way to do that is we have a pretty robust 161 kV transmission line that runs through, and I'll have a map up here in just a second. But need to get it onto the 161 kV line so we then can distribute it throughout the city in case there are different line segments that are down. And then from there, we can get it onto our 69 kV, and these are both transmission systems that ultimately gets it to all of the substations we have around the city and then get it down to our customers. The idea on reliability, one of the core focuses, just going back a little bit, is having generation within the city so that if the outside transmission world falls down, we have this generation to pick ourselves up, i.e. derecho, and that we could be self-sustaining if other things outside of the city. So it's important that we build the generation close to the city, but then also be able to distribute it to all loads under various conditions. The third one is basically proximity to distribution. And this again is if you get it to the right transmission pieces, you have multiple paths down to the distribution, and it's the distribution that serves homes and businesses. It was also then brought up is, try to stay away from urban residential areas. So we wanted to look at distances and what future land uses might happen. And then there was a question on the visibility from Main Street. So we've tried to take some pictures from Main Street and show what it might look like at the coal yard. Next slide. And I apologize for this map. This is sitting on my table with an iPhone. Just to put this in perspective, so the reds and the blues are other utilities. You can kind of see the airport near the bottom of the page. What we have in here is a dashed line. That is our, I don't know if you can follow it, Curtis. The dashed line is our 161 kV line. Comes over from Boone, runs basically down through the center of town, maybe point to the coal yard, and then right there's the coal yard. Then it runs out of town, down, and then basically follows the interstate down to Mid-American's Ankeny substation. There's also, and it's harder again in this picture, there's a light blue line. That's our 69 kV. There's one that loops around the north, hits Tapa Hollow, goes over to Stang. Then it follows over to Mortenson and Ontario, Vet Med, down and around, and then comes back up to Ames plant or goes over to Dayton, where we have our two peaking units right now. So this was the world we were kind of dealing with, trying to get it close to those or on the 161 kV lines that we have there. Those red dots, then we sat down as from an electrical standpoint saying, is this a potential site? Is there land enough there that we need 10 plus acres? Is it close to the transmission? We talked, like I said, to the gas provider to say, is there ways to get gas lines to it and things like that? We started from this broad brush. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's focus on what would be the west side of town. So what we're looking at here is these sites. If the three of those red things were a triangle, that whitish area in the center would be, that's the Ames lab. Sensitive instruments area there. So we have the 161 kV line kind of heading out of town, heading towards Boone. There's potential for land there. The other two sites are Iowa State controlled land. We didn't spend much more time, but at least identified them as it's close in that area. So theoretically, and again, we haven't talked to landowners, and this is just a broad brush from various people. If we looked at the Northwest, what we call the Northwest Ames property, it would cost us roughly about $24.5 million more than what we call our base plan or the coal yard. We would need a 161 to 69 kV substation to tie those two lines together, the light blue and the dashed line. Need to buy a transformer. We'd have to probably swing the 69 kV line up into this new substation, so about 2.5 miles of line. Our gas provider said initially there's a major gas line that runs through there, which would be fairly easy to tap. Since we looked at this, he however came back and said, however, that line is full. So they would have to expand that major gas line. And it's not Alliant. It's not even Northern Natural. I think it's Northern Border. I'd have to double check who the main gas line is. The other thing, though, as we were talking, that seems to be a future prime development area. So to put it out there, and that's what's kind of below the line there, this would inhibit development opportunities if the city were to grow in that direction and the major gas line is full. Next. So let's now switch all the way over to the east. So what we're looking at here, where the tan and the blue match up, that's roughly the interstate. So that's I-35. And we have several different sites that we kind of picked out there. The green up above is some developable land, but it doesn't do much in trying to get to the 161 and stuff like that. We did speak with Alliant concerning the industrial park, and the interesting or the difficult thing is that's outside of our service territory, and we don't own the land, we don't serve that land. So to put our generator out there, and then it would only give us a single 161 kV source back into the city, so we'd have to build considerable infrastructure. And I apologize, I went out of order, but it's the south of the Prairie View Industrial Substation property. We'd have to put a lot of infrastructure to have redundancy to get the power back to the city, because if the line between the generator and back to the city were out, all the power would technically flow south. So it has a decreased reliability benefit from that standpoint. The ones that are more inside the city, where we kind of focused on was, I will call it kind of that South Dayton. You can kind of see, maybe move your cursor there a little, Curtis. So something in this neighborhood. So I believe, interestingly enough, Resource Recovery Center campus is being built in this area. So we did look at this. There's some property for sale. I think, and again, we haven't talked to any landowners, but that property for sale is about $5 million alone, but that's one piece of 4 that we need. So I don't know what the cost potentially would be for the other property there. The key with this, there's a couple of interesting key issues with this particular property. You see where the 161 kV line comes across. So we'd have to bring the 161 kV line down, either do what Curtis is showing, and we'd have to get some right of way and bring it down that way and tie into that site. And then you need to have a second 161 coming back. So you could then bring it up Dayton. The oddity, and again, this is more aesthetics, is there's already, Alliant has a 161 or a 115, maybe it is, built on Dayton on one side of the street. So we would run a parallel line on the opposite side of the street. So it'll look like you've got multiple lines on both sides of the street running up and down. Can be done, but there's some interesting aesthetics when you start doing that too. But we started looking at that. That was running roughly about $24 million in extra cost. For that, we believe that we would be working with possibly 4 different landowners to do that. And so that kind of was that site. Next picture, please. There's a couple of sites here. That the top one I'll get to, that's basically the coal yard. The bottom one, we were asked to look at, that's basically some land in and around the Target area, Target the store. And that happens to be floodplain. We spent considerable time with Justin talking about how do you prep flood land to build a power plant. He said you'd have to probably put about 6 feet of fill in there. And then you have to purchase, I think, Gloria, somebody asked me the question, why do we need more land at that particular site? He said, first of all, you're going to have to build a road, probably coming off of, I'm not sure if it's Lincoln Way or whatever, but you have to build a road into the site. There isn't road there right now. And then when you build your land, because you've got it up so high, to prevent it from kind of collapsing, you've got to do a 1 to 2 slope. So you start at one end, and so the 6 feet you go up, you got to bill out 12 feet to make sure that, and then get that all compacted. It's an interesting site, but nobody's building there because it's in floodplain. So I'm not sure that's a great site from a utility standpoint. that's kind of discussed in that language. Next slide, please. So then I want to move back to the coal yard and talk a little bit about why we have thought about the coal yard. So at the coal yard today, we're already next to the 16169 kV substation. Ames plant sub happens to be north of the tracks, but we have the capability to directly tie into an existing substation. We help to pay for the gas line that runs through the backside or the north side of this lot, that or the coal yard that it parallels the track. I think we paid $4 million up front for access and rights to this line, and we've been paying 10 years, 9 or 10 years of that line. So we've already purchased our access and ability to use that. We can access that same pipe, but new construction would have to be, if we went to other sites, you'd maybe have to build a half mile or a mile or 2 miles of new line. Water and sanitary is on the site. A key thing is we don't have to worry about purchasing the land. We own the land, and there are subtleties when you start talking to the state, because we need state permission. We have to go to the Iowa Utilities Commission to get approval, and they want to know, do you have the land under control or under your control? This is the one site that we do have that. From a land preparation standpoint, yes, if you go over to coal yard, there's a few buildings that are sitting there. We actually have an existing capital improvement plan that will be removing those buildings no matter what. So that's already built into our long-term capital improvement plan. All right, so that's why we like the site from an overall physical standpoint. Let's talk a little bit about, okay, well, what is this thing going to look like? You know, you stand at the end of Main Street. Next picture, please. So what we did, I don't know if you can circle them with your arrow, Curtis. So we're standing on Main Street. This is Duff heading north and south. So you can see the plant there. All you would really see, and what we did was we modeled what we call 100-foot stacks. Now, in many cases, they could be 60 or 80 feet. So they could be shorter than this, but we wanted to at least model 100-foot stacks. So standing there, this is what you would see if and when this plant was built. You won't see the plant. The plant's too low. And to be honest, we could, and we'll work with Kelly, we could landscape this, and you could have more trees there, and you may not even see the stacks much from this angle. Another picture, please. We then went to the south side of Main Street, maybe closer to the railroad track, and you can see then, again, this is what you would see. And this is the full build out. We've been talking about only putting in 3 units initially. So we tried to show what 6 would look like. Is there another picture? Then we went even farther south, and you've got, I think it's Reese Electric and the animal hospital there. So you'd again just see the stacks, and this is off of Main Street, but before you get to Lincoln Way, I believe.
One thing to add here as well is that this is assumed that each unit would have its own stack. Some cases they put all the stacks together, so it's just one frame around the stack, and then they'll put siding and things sometimes around that. So we kind of went to a worst case scenario.
And we'll show some pictures of some actual, we can make this look as nice as as council wants this to be if it's sited somewhere where people want to see it. And we'll touch on that, I think, next. Before we get there, though, one of the things we did want to bring up is, and this is coming out of the downtown plan, and there is talk, I don't know if you can circle it again, Curtis, but there is talk about putting a building at the end of Main Street. If you talk to Brian Phillips, he has the perfect design building. I think it's in San Francisco, but have a big clock tower and stuff like that. But with the existing power plant removed, and again, that's maybe 10, 15 years from now, 8 is still going to be there, that would further hide the stacks, if you will, depending upon how that building is designed and what it looks like and the height of that building. So that further would separate the coal yard, which is even farther east than what this picture shows. but wanted to at least remind council that that is part of that plan to put some form of a building there. Next slide. Okay, so then we went out and said, well, what are other people doing? Now, I'll call this the really cool one. Holland, Michigan, put in energy center, and that's kind of the new buzzword now, for their units. Now, these are bigger units than our Wartsillas, but they built this campus, and then they included in there making it very public so that you could go in there and learn about the history of Holland, Michigan, and the utility. Similar to the water plant we have in the city, part of that is with big pieces of glass. It's interactive, and you can kind of see the units that are being built there. So this is, I can't tell you how much in addition to their normal price tag they built, but if the idea is to really make this something where people, an attraction to the city, this is kind of on that one edge of the spectrum. Another one, please.
But real quick on this, one thing to note is that the building that has the two stacks coming out the top, usually everything under those stacks in a normal plant, it's all outside. And so what's unique about this design is that they enclosed all of that for the aesthetics purposes. And so that was something why we wanted to bring that to the attention of the council.
Mm-hmm. And that's stuff that we can do. The next couple of pictures, also, they've done something similar. Another site that we pulled up, so Shakopee, Minnesota, it's a suburb of the Twin Cities. Here, these are actually Wartsillas, and they kind of have, I don't know what you call them, nice windows and things like that. But that's what it looks like from the street. The picture down below, the energy center is on the left, and that's an office building on the right, and they're what, 500 feet?
Less than 300.
Less than 300 feet apart. So again, and we'll talk a little bit about sound attenuation and things like that, but they're easily able to site these in areas where other people are working, and there's not an issue of sound and things like that. We'll talk a little bit more on that in a second.
This is an example where the stacks were all put together. There's 5 separate units in this building here, and they kind of are in this box looking thing in the back.
Another site we looked at, this is in obviously Tallahassee, Florida. A little, I don't know if I'd call it pretty, but it's a little bit more against, they tried to contain everything. It's very close to a hospital, police station, and a lot of sound mitigation, and they tried to make it aesthetically pleasing. Let's see. I'm going to hand it over to Curtis now, who did a lot of looking at from a sound standpoint and things like that.
Yeah. So first, this is a picture of currently our site of what the zoning is for the coal yard. And so the coal yard is located here within the light blue. It's within the zone government district. And then on the right or to the east is currently general industrial. And then to the south and the east, or the west, sorry, is the highway-oriented commercial along south and west property lines. And then obviously to the north of the tracks is more governmental. That's where the power plant is currently. And then it goes into the residential zoning. So wanted to pull where our current ordinances are. I'm sure you're very well aware of this, but just currently right now, the governmental piece, I'm not aware of an ordinance, but the surrounding areas, it would be around the 65 and 80 decibels as far as what would be the ordinance that we would need to comply with. Now, to measure sound from a generation site, there's 2 different levels that we need to, I'm not going to pretend that I'm a sound expert, but this is definitely something that will be on our minds throughout the entire design process, no matter where we put the facility. So there's a dBA and a dBc. So the dB is just decibels. And then there's an A or a C weighted curve. So the dBA, the A weighted is what most, if not all communities are aware of. It best represents the human ear and the perception and understanding of sound. And so that's what our ordinance is written within. So that would be definitely cared for throughout the design. But the other piece is the DBC, so the C-weighted. That captures the low frequencies that the DBA does not detect very well. And so once you start to get to a lower frequency, the DBA drops off pretty dramatically. And so I just put an example, especially during outdoor music concerts, both weighted both weighted measuring systems will be concerned. And the DBC would definitely be emphasized to be able to control bass frequencies. So talking to noise management companies, the company that I spoke with was Energy Link. They have a lot of, they're out of Canada. They have a lot of experience with equipment and generation facilities. And the understanding within the industry is that you need to stay below 70 dBc for a residential area. And so we were looking at earlier the dBA curve for the noise ordinance within Ames within a residential is 55 dBA after midnight. And then on the C weighted curve would be 70. So that'll be important here as we go through here. So some quick things to just understand as we consider engineering for sound mitigation on, like I said, on any site. We would first do an initial design phase and just understand what perimeter are we working with. We were talking about the site in such a big way now because we need to know and understand all the neighboring areas. And then we're going to perform a baseline study. So right now that is planned here at the end of the month for around the coal yard. But that baseline study will be important for us to understand what is the current situation. And then the equipment that we'll be looking at that's particularly of interest is obviously the enclosure or the building around the engines and the walls, the foundation of that, but also the ventilation system. And so you could do all kinds of things with the doors and the walls, but then the ventilation is something where it can easily leak out. So the HVAC system is very important. The inlet, so these engines will require a lot of air. And so there will be a lot of dampening and attenuation on that, as well as the exhaust. And so you'll see outside this is just one example of a generation site. You'll see the large ducting coming out of the wall of this engine enclosure. There's some environmental equipment on that before it goes out, those blue stacks. Those can be loud, and so there will be a lot of attention for the ductwork as well as the exit of the gas. And so those items all around the engines. And then lastly is the radiators. And so there's quite a number of them here on the bottom corner of the picture. Those it's very important on the type of motors and the fan blades themselves to make sure that they're not very loud.
And I think that the key to point out here is we are going into this knowing we want to keep sound at or below what the city requirements are, which is the 60 and 55 dBA. And there are things that you can do. You can put much of that inside another building, as we saw in some of those other pictures. But want to point out too that these engines are typically used in cruise liners. And if anybody's gone on a cruise, you're not hearing these specific engines making a lot of noise when you're on your cruise. So they know how to build a system that is sound attenuated.
This is an example of a site that was just recently built here within the last year, just to the west of us. This is for 9 of the units, and so 50% larger than what we're considering for our final phase. It's very close to a residential neighborhood. You can see in that first picture there, the facility in the background. They were very concerned about sound. And so I just put up here how close that was. It's about 700 feet to the first property line to a residential home, to the engine enclosure. And here are the results that they had. So they had limits that they were meeting for the DBA and DBC level, and they set their limit on the DBC to be 68. And then the 55, it was very similar to our residential requirements that we have within the city of Ames. They did model what it would look like. Some of the scales for the DBA was a little bit lower than actual, but they were able to meet both of their limits, DBA and DBC, with different sound attenuation. Talking with some of the contractors involved with this, they did have a couple of items that they were able to go to if they were not able to meet their limits with the construction that they had, and they did not have to perform those. So they had some footings poured for some extra walls and some other silencers that they could put in that they didn't need to do. So some of the design criteria that we desire to go forward with, like Don was saying, we want to make sure that this facility is below 55 dBA all of the time, and DBC below 70 as well. And so we will work with the engineer to understand if we need to go a little bit lower, depending on what that baseline sound study would provide. One of the other items I wanted to address is vibration. And so far the conversation has been, obviously, sound is pressure waves. And so you could say that is vibration, but this is all through the air. And so vibration can also occur through the ground or through different structures. Vibration can be very detrimental to equipment and reliability of equipment. And so the design of the building and the engines will make it so there is not an issue for vibration through the ground. And just because that's already a consideration for the equipment reliability as well. So each one of these will have their own footings and their own foundation. And they'll be driven pretty deep within the ground. So they will not affect one another as well as the building structure, because we'll have piping, conduit, other things that the frequencies of those can be detrimental to the reliability of the plant.
Yep.
And the proximity of the tracks would cause that to be a concern too. I mean, I assume there's a lot of vibration from those trains.
Yeah, we're very used to that as well with the plant and understanding that as well, and that's definitely a case.
Yeah. Regarding those foundations, if you've ever taken a tour of our current plant, it's always a neat little thing to step on the floor of the plant and then step on the foundation of the engine, and you can feel that those two things are kept separate, for the good of the plant and for the good of the surrounding. So we're very familiar with this design, and the same things would be done with these new units.
So this is some unofficial levels that we were able to get. Again, we have a contractor set up who knows noise and sound, who's going to have proper equipment at the end of the month. But this is some preliminary understanding. We do not have the equipment to be able to get unofficial even for DBC. But the DBA that we were able to achieve, I don't know if you can read some of these numbers, but this is 1 through 5 and just different locations around the coal yard. It was important for us to kind of depict what it would look like between a train going by and when it wasn't, because that is a major contributor to noise in that area. And so these are just some of the levels that we're seeing right now at those corresponding locations.
So kind of going back into a summary, this is the same slide we had, or similar slide we had last time, but assuming the coal yard is the preferred site, we can save roughly $18 to $27 million because of all of the existing infrastructure that's there. As Curtis mentioned, we're planning on performing a sound study here at the end of the month, where we're going to find out what the ambient and what the current sounds are in that particular area. We can build a building that is, and we're not planning on it, but that's metal, or we're looking at something more like, let's say, Fitch Aquatic Center, something like that has a better curb appeal. And you even saw the Holland one, where depending upon what the desire of the council is, we have a range there that we can go. We won't have coal at this site. We won't have trash at this site or refuse-derived fuel. This site will be clean. It's not like we're going to have dumpsters and truck traffic. There really won't be any truck traffic coming in here. Maybe a load of fuel oil once in a great while, because we'll have fuel oil as a backup for these units. But we think we can make this a good site, both for the city and something that we'd be proud to give tours to and use it as a point for people to come and visit.
I think we were going to go to.
Oh, and then so the other question, and I think it kind of comes down to, what does 18 to 27 million dollars means? And so we sat down with Corey, and I'm going to probably turn it over to Corey. If you have a mic, Corey, or do you want me to run that?
Thank you. So one of the things we talked about was the impact on the end customers. And so we've, every year we do financial forecasts as we prepare our annual budgets, and included in those forecasts are rate increases. And so what we have on the screen today is a couple things. The top set of columns you can see here, this would be a $24 million investment in moving the facility. So what we have is our customer classes, like we normally do when we give our budget presentation. In each one of those classes, we show a low, medium, and high customer. So as we go over a column for, if we were to make a $24 million investment, that's about $2 million in annual debt service over 20 years. That's what we usually use as our term for any bond issuance that we have. The utility is about a $65 million utility, so it's pretty simple to do the math. We're going to need about a 3% rate increase in addition to what we've already forecasted for rate increases in the next 10 years. So what we did was we took the average bill in 2026 for each one of those customer classes in each usage category, and then the bill 10 years later, incorporating all of the rate increases that we have forecasted in our financial projections, and a 3% increase as a result of the $24 million investment. So you can see this column here, that's the monthly difference in the 10-year period for each customer class and each usage amount. This would be the annual difference. And then I think at the end here, we have the comparison or the increase from 2026 to FY 2035. And we've done the same thing down here below. So this is without an additional 3% increase resulting from moving the generation site. So very similar calculations. And then at the very bottom of the sheet, you can see the differences. And so we're talking about, if you look at the medium residential customer, the difference would be about $35 a year. And again, this incorporates all of our rate increases that we had forecasted over 10 years and a 3% rate increase in FY 25-26. And so in general, it's about a 3.5% rate increase for each class and each usage rate over a 10-year period if we were to, if the council elected to move generation and issue $24 million in additional debt for the project.
So with that, I think we're available for questions.
Thank you. Questions?
Before we get too far in the weeds, could you just give us an overview of where we are process-wise, and what are your thoughts in terms of how we engage with the public to get public input on something like this?
Well, really right now where we're in the process, URAB has been discussing this at many of their meetings. I think the process that we're going through right now, I'll talk more about it from an engineering standpoint, and that is in the very near future, we're working on a contract with Sargent & Lundy to start doing the design and looking at what it will look like. It's difficult, I think, to talk to the public when you don't have anything yet, so we need some kind of physical design to share with the public. URAB would like to get public input on the, if we choose this site, we can start then focusing on that. If you're asking about public input on building generation as it is, we haven't done that. We need to do that just to sustain the utility. So we have not gone out and said, what does the public feel about building new generation?
Oh, yeah. No, I wasn't suggesting that. It was simply on the location.
Yeah. yeah, I think once we nail down that location, then we can start getting the public's input on, what they would like to see if possible and things like that. But we haven't gone out looking for public to say, hey, where would you like us to site the generators from a public standpoint?
And then timing wise, could you just give us an overview of what happens when?
So a lot of it's being driven about the life expectancy of Unit 7. So Unit 7 was that unit was built in 1967. We are hopeful that we can keep that operational and online through 2027, at which time then it will likely have little or no life remaining. So we need new generation by summer of 2028, so May of 2028. The proposal that Sergeant Lundy has given us is if we can start with them by the end of this month, we have the capability then of getting it designed, finalize what it will look like, talk to the public with the intent of then ordering equipment by Christmas time. Some of this stuff has 2 years plus lead time to get it here and accomplish it by 2028. Timing is critical. If we don't, let's talk about it this way. If we don't meet the 2028 standpoint, all that means then is we have to go out and buy replacement capacity. Current numbers for just the summer season and right now is about $2 to $3 million. So we'd have every 3 months we would have to continue to buy what we call replacement capacity to make up for Unit 7 until our new units come online. So the intent or the end use or the end goal is to have it online by May of 2028.
Don, you've talked to us before about the condition of the site and it's a little bit of a complex. It's not just a dirt site. I mean, it's been a coal yard. There may be some contamination that we'd have to deal with. Could you give us an overview of what is involved in utilizing the existing coal yard site?
Yeah. I wouldn't call it contamination. I'd call it coal, which just comes out of the ground. But the beauty of that site is it's very flat. We do have CIP dollars. I think I don't want to call it site prep, but we do have a contractor out there right now, and maybe you can talk more on what Chris is working on.
Yeah, last council, you approved a change order for us to send a contractor out there and scrape the coal that's in the retention ponds. So then we can fill those in. The other areas of the site, we did do some bore samples throughout the site to make sure we understand at the different depths. And that area of the retention ponds is the only area that we see that we need to scrape out the coal and haul to the landfill. The rest of it will be, except for the demolition of the buildings and the infrastructure underneath, will be ready to go for construction.
The Holland site was not included in our packet, so that was the first time I'd seen that tonight. I'm stunned by how attractive this was. So that has sort of changed the way that I view what this could look like. So I think that's a fascinating game changer. That we take something that we see generally as perhaps having negative externalities, and just by virtue of having an attractive design, this is really a game changer from this council member. And I hope that if we go with the coal yard site, that we're able to apply some of the savings that we're realizing with that location and be able to apply it so that we could also have a site that we would be proud to take people to and say, this is one of our government buildings.
Well, it could also just serve as a catalyst for potential redevelopment around there. If you have something like this,
I agree. I totally agree.
Sitting there, it might just cause people to think, wow, this could become a really cool area that could be ripe for redevelopment.
Yeah.
And actually the city is setting the standard, taking pride in what they're creating. And it's going to be clean, crisp. And I think the idea to showcase the history of the electric plant and what's gone on previously, it's a pretty exciting opportunity. But anyway, could you talk about timeline for, you said 2028 for the coal site. If a different site was selected, what kind of time would that add? Because obviously you got to procure property and council's aware of that. Are there other regulatory things you have to go through, or what kind
Yes.
of risk might be associated with that also?
So just thinking off the top of my head, so yeah, I mean, if council were to say, we want you to put it here, that gives us a little bit clearer timeline, but still, let's assume that we walk away tonight and don't have a site. We then got to basically pause everything and bring somebody in that can do a much more detailed look at several sites, and they may eliminate even some of the ones that we've talked about tonight. That could easily take 3 to 6 months, probably closer on the 6 month, just to then find that new site. And then it's the process of negotiating with a landowner or landowners. For us to file with the Iowa Utilities Commission, we must have control over the land before that process starts. And that does open up, because we have control over the coal yard now. We know what's at the site, and we have the reports and things on what's on that site. If we go to a new site, there's the DNR that's going to want to look at it. You've got to run other samples of, are there anything else that might be in that ground? That could, so like I said, that could add at least about 6 months, maybe a little bit longer. Then you start the design. And with the coal yard, we're a lot closer to working with the Iowa Utilities Commission. In fact, we have we're on their agenda, if you will, for August 26th to preliminarily talk about our plan. We'll have to put that on hold and start that again if we move off the coal yard. There's also the regional group called MISO, and let's talk a little bit about that. So Muscatine is doing something very similar. Through MISO, you have to get permission. They submitted their project in what was called 2021 study period. And they haven't heard back yet if they got permission to build their plant. So it's 2025. So they've been waiting 4 years to get their permission. MISO currently is running something where it's an expedited process for a select number of generating units that are thermal based. What's holding up those other ones is you typically get 400 to 600 wind projects that come in. So they're studying 400 to 600 wind projects, which you study it, they go through 3 iterations. They study it once, tell you the problems on the system, ask if you still want to stay in, you pay them more money, and then they study it a second time. With the expedited process that we're talking to MISO about, we could have our permit, if you will, our permission to interconnect in 18 months. They only do 10 projects a quarter. We missed this first quarter window. It closed Monday. We would try to get in that next planning horizon. Taking that with your question, Mayor, is if we miss too many quarters, we're going to be back into the 4 or 5 year planning horizon with all of the wind and solar. Nothing against wind and solar, but it's a monumental task studying the regional transmission system for that.
Does owning a piece of property that's close to an existing generating plant help in terms of the MISO review compared to going out to a different site, which is not under the control of the utility and or also has connection like you showed with those 161 and 69 kV lines? Yeah. Does that cause more review time also, or
it may not be more review time, but it's more for us than to build the information that we give to MISO. So for example, today we can say new generation is physically, when you look at the coal yard versus unit 7 and 8, it is, from a MISO perspective, sitting at the same location. If we were to say that the site is, pick one, out at the industrial park, it's tying onto different lines, it's tying into different substations, and you have to convince MISO, well, we're going to build this new line. Don't worry, we'll get this line built so we can interconnect this. So you've got transmission, a new transmission line, new substation, and new generation, where all of that goes away with an existing site next to Ames plant substation.
Thank you. Other questions?
So I want to first express my appreciation for the staff looking at these various possible sites. I guess I've got a few questions about the numbers at the very high level. The numbers all seem to be relatively similar, and yet the sites don't necessarily seem to be similar to each other. So how does that happen that it's going to cost the same for interconnecting with the gas line or interconnecting with the tie line?
Sure. So if it kind of goes back a little bit back to our fundamental criteria or the way we were looking at these things. So we told ourselves we have to interconnect to the 161 kV system. All right. So we'll talk about the South Fifth Street Dayton property right there. So we don't have 161 kV line down there. All right. So we got to build a 161 kV substation at that site. So if you're not literally physically underneath the transmission line, you got to build lines to it and then the substation. And a substation today is roughly a $10 million expense. So unless we're sitting on the 161, that's a kind of a common number. Go ahead.
If I could add to that. So anytime that we connect to the 161, you need the ability to disconnect and connect. And so it's not just let's wire to that wire. So that ability to disconnect and connect is the substation.
Mm-hmm. And you'd have a breaker. So for every line coming in, you'd have a breaker. So if there's an issue on that line, you can open up that breaker and the rest of the substation stays. So just a 161, 69 kV sub, and again, 50,000 foot level, that's roughly a $10 million cost. A transformer these days, a 161 to 69 kV transformer is about $3 million. And then again, working with Lyndon Cook, our manager of engineering, he says, well, to build a line, it's roughly $1 million a mile. Mm-hmm. And so then we kind of mapped it out and said, okay, that's about 2.5 miles away. The gas line and gas line infrastructure, we got a lot of those numbers from Alliant and talking with them. And again, we told them, I don't need you to sit down and give me a full estimate. And they went, okay, it's a mile, it's $1 million, things like that. With some of the land purchases, on the PVIC, the purchase land $1 million, that happens to be in Alliance Industrial Park. They said that's roughly what the cost would be. When we looked at the Southeast Fifth Street and Dayton property, we know that there is a building there for sale for $5.5 million, and we need more than one parcel. So we said, okay, it's going to be at least 7. If you look at the Target site, we got a lot of information from the land preparation. We worked very closely with the people in Public Works. And again, he says, don't hold this to me, but this is roughly what it would take. You're going to have to build up 6 feet, and it's this many yards, and this is how much dirt costs. And you got to build a road, so $5 million. So the big ticket items, it is interesting that they range from, I think the cheapest was 17 million all the way up to about 27 million. And it's just, in essence, in all of these sites, we're trying to recreate as best we can what we have at the coal yard. And so any element that's missing, that kind of gets brought in. So that kind of explains some of the diversity in pricing, but a new substation's $10 million. And that's probably the anchor piece to that. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, that helps a lot. And the mayor asked about that kind of trade-off. If we aren't moving, then, what are we able to do? And so I'm wondering, do you have any concept of how much was spent on the design for Holland, Michigan, or for Shakopee, or these others? Are we going to be exceeding, for example, the additional amounts that we're seeing here as the cost to move?
Yeah. If we spend $24 million on making a building look pretty, That's a pretty building. So no, we will not be spending $24 million on making it nice. Now, we do not know the cost of Holland.
It looks expensive.
Yeah, what, I mean, and again, we haven't even sat down with the engineers to say what can be done, but we're not definitely not looking at sheet metal. We're looking at concrete. And where my mind goes, and this is just Don, I look at like the Fitch Aquatic Center and say, that's going to be a nice concrete and wood building. Can we do something like that in a power plant?
Well, you have some ideas in terms of what the price per just the equipment alone is, and then I think you'd already price tagged or kind of penciled in what the building itself is. So, you remember what the building was by itself?
No, I don't. It was all inclusive as far as those numbers that we studied with the engineer.
And just know that your three rice engines were, they were.
I think they were
half,
about,
weren't they?
The rice engines, I want to say 20 million a piece.
Yeah.
So you're 60 million there.
So the point is that if you take that and subtract it from 84, you got 24. You actually double the price of the building.
Yep.
And I would argue that you probably would not need to double the price of the building to get something that looks like somewhat like Holland.
But we have. I want to be careful. We got balance of plant. We've got tanks and transformer.
Anyway, point being is that. And it's going to be more, but I think it's just casting a vision for what it could be and how it could really be a tremendous asset. And this is going to be hopefully a 60 to 80 year long investment, much like the current power plant has been for the city of Ames. We'll all be here in 60 or 80 years, Don, to make sure that statement is true. How does that sound?
All right, sir.
So the total cost for Holland, Michigan was $240 million.
And
that plant is 150 megawatts for that one.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's bigger
so
than
more
what we're
generators.
talking.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
The other question I would have is, let's assume we move with the coal yard site and we make an effort to try and make the building more aesthetically pleasing. Are there other benefits that we can accrue from that site in terms of using the energy that's produced there? For example, creating a heating district downtown, or something that's going to benefit downtown in an electrical way. And I'm being broad there.
Yeah.
Because
And actually, Steve and I and a few discussed this a little bit today, and that would be like a phase 2 or phase 3, or that would take us in a slightly different direction. I mean, there's going to be waste heat, but if you're starting to talk about a heating district, some serious money and engineering would have to be done with that. And we're not at a point to say, hey, let's build a downtown heating district. And because and it's not just from a utility standpoint, you're talking to businesses about removing how they're heating now and getting back into radiators and that type of stuff. So there are possibilities. I mean, put a greenhouse next to it to use waste heat or something like that could easily be ideas that can be thought of. I get a little nervous when you say, let's repeat what Iowa State is doing, with their heating and cooling systems. And that
wasn't actually my intention.
Okay,
I was
all right.
thinking more of the mill district in Dubuque.
Okay.
But,
I would say, as far as a generation facility, like Don said, it will have a lot of heat that it will be working to get rid of. And so just looking at the facility itself, the way that it's constructed, it will be able to offer the ability to provide some heated water or that kind of loop in a very simple way because of the internal design that it already is going to be operating with. So.
Other questions? All right, we'll open up public input. Is anyone who wants to address council on this topic tonight?
Hi, Jamie.
These guys are my former supervisors, so I've I loved hearing all this. It was, anyway, I was a former operator at the power plant. And one question I had is the sounds on startups and that kind of thing. I know you didn't really address that aspect, but just address the counts on just startup sounds.
All right. So
Okay. We'll write that down.
Okay.
We'll take additional input and then we'll go ahead and cycle back and ask the questions. Okay. All right. Anybody else? If you want to introduce yourself, and you may start.
Hi, my name is Steve Shalane. I live at 1123 North 2nd Street. Appreciate the staff's input here, and I listened to the previous city council meetings to get a lot of background information. I am not as supportive of the coal plant site simply because I'm a patron of the Central Iowa Symphony. And I know that when they perform in Band Shell Park like they did last week, the current cooling system does drown out the strings. I like the Prairie View Industrial Complex site. I agree that there is 18.5 million. I think that was the number given for the additional cost, which was, if my numbers were correct, around 3%. I think there's additional value there to be considered because of the ability to expand larger than the coal yard will allow. And there would be a possibility of adding other newer technologies that are coming available, solar and industrial or commercial solar, not just community solar, but larger, as well as battery storage, which is not economically viable now, but it's coming very viable very soon for this area. The other interesting thing there that wasn't talked about and staff might not have considered was the carbon capture ability there. We're putting 60 to 80 years of natural gas into the atmosphere there, and the Lincoln Way bioethanol plant does have carbon capture coming to it very soon. I don't know if there's a tie-in there as well. So I would support the review again of the Prairie View Industrial Complex site for those reasons.
Thank you, Steve. Others?
Good evening. I'm Melanie Rogatsky. I am at 508 Carroll Avenue. We are next door neighbors to the power plant. Actually, we share a property line with the city administration building. After watching the last council meeting on July 22nd, I just wanted to stop by tonight and give my input as a neighbor to the power plant. I know there were some concerns voiced at the last meeting that to move it away, and as well tonight, since people that were living there were complaining about the power plant. I just wanted to let you know that my husband and I enjoy living next to the power plant. We've talked to our neighbors, not the power plant, but the other neighbors, and they enjoy having the power plant there as well. The power plant and electric services, they always give us friendly neighborhood waves. If they ever are undertaking a project that makes noise, they send out emails. They let us know this is what we're doing. This is our end date or anticipated end date. And when there's a power outage, we're usually some of the first ones back online. That's a pretty impressive neighbor. Yeah. I've listened to the presentation about the new rice units being placed in the coal yard, and our neighborhood is excited about the project. I trust that electric services will take the necessary actions to minimize the sound and vibration. But as they've pointed out, I think the train crossings are probably already above what they would be exceeding. I also agree with Tim about the being impressed by the Holland site, and I think it's a great opportunity to showcase some of our utilities. I know some comments were made last week about NIMBY comments. I don't want this in my backyard. We would be happy to have the power plant continue in our backyard and to keep them as neighbors. That's all.
Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you.
Did you pay her to come up
I
and
know.
speak? Just between us.
I know.
So what a great testimony to the customer service that, that's beautiful. Thanks for that.
Anybody else wish to address council under public comment? Thank you all for coming and offering input. We'll close public input. There's a question raised about sound at startup, I believe it was.
Yeah, I can address that. So actually, just thinking back when Jamie was operating our current site, so we have a steam generation unit. And so that steam is created by the boiler. That steam drives a turbine, which then drives the generator. I think all of you have been through our power plant here, but just for the sake of understanding the basics of the current design, that steam, it takes a long time for those conditions of that steam to build up and get to where it needs to be to spin that turbine. And the steam needs to travel through a lot of equipment while all the equipment is warming up. And so there is actually a design for the steam to be released to the atmosphere, which would cause a lot of noise. There's a lot of pressure behind that steam, and then it goes to atmospheric pressure, which causes that sound. And so we have put a silencer on that in the current situation, but that's just the technology that we're working with right now. We do not have anything with steam planned for the new generation site. So it's all around like a reciprocating internal combustion engine in your vehicle. The sounds to start it up, there is a high winding noise that would be just internal to the housing of the engines because of the starter turning the large gear for the engine, much like a starter on a car. That will disengage once it starts moving and combusting, and all the sounds would continue to be the same as when they're normally operating.
Mm-hmm.
So it's much better technology today as far as that kind of startup noise than what it was in the past.
And would you also be eliminating the cooling towers that create all the mist around the power plant?
So it would be we've been talking about a radiator design similar to your car on the front of it. So there will be a coolant that'll go through a number of fins and things, and then those fans is what draws the air through that radiator to cool that coolant down. So those fans are much smaller. You don't have the sound of water dropping from the high tower down to the bottom and into the basin. The fans are a lot smaller. The mist, there may be something because of the heat that's dissipating out that you'll see that on a cold day. But a lot of the mist that you see from our cooling towers currently is actually the water vapor leaving the cooling tower. And so we'll have a closed loop system on this new design,
Mm-hmm.
so you won't hear or see that water vapor leave. It'll just be the heat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The other thing on that question specifically too, the existing unit, as Curtis mentioned, it takes hours to start up. Our new units, the way we're designing them, will start up in about 2 minutes. So it's not like you're listening to the startup for a long time. It's like turning your car on. It's burn, and then there you go.
So Steve brought up the comment about the impact on the orchestra, not being able to hear the strings at bandshell. Could you just comment? And I have a couple more questions to follow up on what he raised too. So
Sure. And first of all, I apologize. It's never good during a band concert to the cooling towers themselves have that noise. We had one time when valves lifted and it sounded like the William Tell Overture, but at the wrong time. Want to point out that Unit 8, that power plant there is going to remain for another 10 or 15 years. So if there are difficulties there, we really try not to do startups or shutdowns during band concerts and things like that. So unless it's an upset condition, we're very, again, getting back to the lady that spoke, we really want to be good neighbors, not only to our the residents there, but definitely during band concerts and during Ames on the half shell, that we're not purposely doing something to create sound. Cooling towers, there's not much we can do to change that. If we need to run a cooling tower, it's part of that. The good news is by moving over to the coal yard, we don't have the cooling towers, which is, it sounds like that's what the sound was that was affecting the concert. And with this new unit, 8 will run considerably less. Today, we run it to burn garbage. So the likelihood that the cooling tower is going to be running during summer band concerts, I can't say it'll be 0, but it'll be significantly less once these new units are up and running.
And then also, and I know you've talked about this before and considered it, size of the land and the ability to expand or options to explore other alternative forms of energy. Maybe can you talk about that or
Sure.
alternative sites as well?
When you start looking at solar, you're typically in that 4 to 5 acres per megawatt. So if you want, we're looking at 60 megawatts in this case. So you need 240 acres. So that really isn't conducive, especially not in an industrial park. So we would be looking for different land, and we continue through the climate action plan to add more renewable resources, wind and solar. So we're not stopping that. The site that we need right now, and again, we need the engineer to look at it, is the coal yard. We believe will allow us to put up to 6 units. Now, today's sizes that you can get, there are 18 megawatt units. I believe they've come out with a 23 and maybe even a 27. So the intentions are to ultimately replace Unit 7 and Unit 8. Unit 7 and Unit 8 are roughly 105 megawatts. So you take 6 divided by that, you can see roughly with 6 units in there, we've replaced 7 and 8, and we've got some room to grow. Without getting into a lot of detail, the beauty of this plan is we're going to put the first 3 in now. 2 or 3 units in today, and then we can look at the horizon, whether there's a new technology out there, whether it is battery storage, whether it's nuclear ultimately coming down the pike. We have the ability after these first 3 units to look at that new technology horizon, but at the same time, we've planned for a course so we know if we have no other better options, we've designed this site to be the replacement so we can take 8 out and eventually then take the power plant down. So we believe we're bringing our goal is to put the utility in a good course with a good direction, but the ability to re-steer in 5 or 6 or 7 years as we see what's going down. So I don't know if that answered your question, Mayor.
And then
Can I add to that? I would say also that this project is primarily driven for replacement, not because of a huge demand for growth. And so we are adding megawatts to our portfolio and capability of 20, but that's out of 120 that were. So it's just understanding our territories and the needs that we're anticipating. We don't anticipate a large amount of growth where we're going to continue to have to build these on. This is primarily driven because of replacement needs.
And then you mentioned carbon capture. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So carbon capture is out there. I only know a little bit on what Lincoln Way Energy may be doing. So there were 3 companies that wanted to do carbon capture. 2 have quit. Summit is still continuing to do that. I don't know where they are at in their process. They're predominantly tying into ethanol plants so that by carbon capturing at the ethanol plant, they're allowed then to sell ethanol into California and other places. I have had a couple of discussions with them and saying, would you ever allow a power plant to hook up? And they've said at this point, no. So I don't know. And maybe the gentleman that spoke has more I don't say inside information, but more information that has been shared with us.
And the process used at ethanol plants is a lot more conducive to that process of what like Summit is looking to do as far as putting it into that pipeline. I will say also that these units are 30% more efficient than our current power plant, and so we are reducing our emissions considerably by going to this new technology.
Right. One more on that. So today we run 1 unit constantly around the clock to burn our refuse dry fuel. So just by going to, and these units aren't intended to be run continuously. We'll run them 20, 30% of the time when it makes sense to run them. So right there, you're greatly reducing the amount of natural gas you're burning, but then their efficiencies even take it farther because they're 30% more efficient. So our the carbon, the greenhouse gases that we're putting in are going to be greatly reduced from where we're at today.
Right. Any closing questions? All right. Entertain a motion,
Move alternative one.
Second.
which is
Approve the Ames Power Plant coal yard site as a preferred location for new generation.
okay. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining? Motion carried.
I have
Thank you very much.
follow-up question then. So great presentation. But I am really intrigued. Before this tonight, I had not thought about the aesthetics aspects of this. So if council is interested in seeing some options as you go through the design process, have we selected you haven't as an architect involved in this, or how do you go about the design phase?
Yeah, we do. So there are architects on staff with Sergeant Lundy. And so we've told them that we want to meet with them right away for general design, considering the architecture of what we want to accomplish. So we'll go after, we'll be coming back to you a number of times of just understanding, okay, so here's the general design. This accomplishes what we need. If we add the aesthetics piece, this is what we're understanding the additional costs and what we were thinking around aesthetics. And so we'll need to be getting input from you as far as what that is. But we'll initially start with Sergeant Lundy and their architecture staff.
And we'll share that with the public.
And so I initially thought this would be a very utilitarian, just a box, right? But do you need direction from council to ask the architects to develop some examples of aesthetic options that we would have? Is that something that we need to ask, or is that something that would happen anyway?
So we've had the preliminary discussion says we do not want a metal tin building. We want something better than that. We haven't had a kickoff meeting yet where we can give them a scope or a vision on what we're looking at. I guess with deference to council, we'd like to have that initial discussion with them and say, Sergeant Lang, give us some examples of what can be done reasonably. I mean, we're still trying to be very cognizant of the ratepayers' money, but we'll be happy to share that with URAB, with council, and with the public as we proceed down those early steps.
Tim, I think I appreciate that. And I think that if council is interested in if they're teased by the Holland, Michigan plant, the concept to say, not that you have to do that, but to say, at least consider that'd be more than just a utilitarian building, but that using that, not to say you got to copy what they did, that might be helpful in your initial conversations. Again, it's not handcuffing you, but at least giving some direction. I think it's important to say this is a good vision of where we may want to go. But we want to find out what it's going to cost, what kind of concepts, and then maybe council in the future just says, it's a little too steep, but at least they know going in, this is where we're headed, and it's not just more or less a different color or just a little bit of trim. It's
Right.
really, it's a different vision. So if you're interested in making a motion, I would, open to that being considered.
Yeah, and I'm actually not sure how to craft such a motion.
I think we know what you want.
Do you have a sense? And you just showed us one. I don't want to just fall in love with one design. I mean, there are certainly others, and I would want to give them freedom to look at the context of where this is and what they might do with it. But if it turns out that you think that the scope of the design needs to be expanded, then I encourage you to come back to council and let us know, and we can bring that up.
I would just say, I'm more interested in what we don't want. And something like the metal building, not interested in an agri building in that area. I'm also not interested in whatever that last design was.
The Florida one.
Yeah, was it Tallahassee? No. That one.
That may
No.
be to protect for, hurricanes and stuff. I don't know, but it's.
I would be very interested in seeing,
Yeah.
what the.
I think that sounds like you guys got an idea what council's looking for. And I think that get started that way. All right, let's move on. Item number 39.
Thank you.
Staff, Don, you want to just make a comment on this on the contract number 39? You've asked this be pulled. That you're still working, the contract is being worked on.
We thought we'd be back to you. One of the things that we're trying to work on with purchasing is a standardized contract, EJCDC. And we've incorporated some of the language into our traditional contract, but really we think it makes a little bit more sense to kind of work on a standardized contract similar to what other projects are going on in the city with the animal shelter, with resource recovery campus and things like that. So we'd like 1 week, maybe 2, finish that up. So we'd like to pull it so that we can get it into a format that council's comfortable with.
I entertain a motion to table this and put this on a future agenda.
So moved.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Excellent presentation. And I think you should get this lady's address and get her get her a Christmas card or something like that. So
Fruit basket coming.
Anyway, and everyone who gave input, thank you very much for coming and spending time listening to the presentation. All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll transition into item number 40. All right, we'll move on to item number 40, South Lincoln Mixed Use Zoning District Text Amendment.
Good evening, council. This item is at the request of a property owner within the purple district that you see here on this map, which we have as a special purpose zoning district in Ames called South Lincoln Mixed Use Area. It's a unique zone that was created about 20 years ago to try to address transition of both commercial properties and multifamily properties within an existing single family neighborhood. So it has some unique design elements, and the property owner is asking for you to look at changing multiple standards to allow for a design concept which is attached to the report. I think what we're looking for here is the changes are about a single family home on a lot. From staff's review, the lot is usable and buildable under the current standards. It doesn't necessarily fit exactly the design that's proposed. And that is why the applicant has approached the council to look at changes. Now, the changes would apply to all the purple area if any are made. They could apply to all types of properties. They could be restricted to only, or they could benefit, I should say, all properties, or they could benefit only single family homes as the property owner has an interest in doing that. So for me, I think the issue here is we can talk through what the standards mean. I think it's like many zoning districts, their standards. Do we expect to enforce them? Could they be adjusted? Should they be adjusted? You receive text amendment requests on a frequent basis, and I think you're gonna have to look at how this really works as a system for text amendments for a single property like this. So happy to answer any questions about the standards themselves, and I believe the owner is also here and be able to speak to their interests.
Thanks, Kelly. Questions?
So Kelly, just throw out a softball. I am not particularly interested, just for me, of changing the zoning in a way that benefits just a single property owner. So I don't think that's a good approach to how we navigate our zoning code. But we have had multiple occasions through the years where a resident comes and says, hey, I have this idea. And it's not just benefiting one property, but there's a macro benefit that would create some flexibility for others in that area. As I look through this material, It's very technical, and I struggle to figure out which of those boxes this is in. And so can you help us think through, do you see the changes that are being proposed as being more benefit in a very isolated way or having benefit broadly?
So the property owner lives on a corner. So the specific issue of having a primary and a secondary facade instead of just one street facing facade is solely on corner lots. So when you look at this map, you're looking at the 2nd Street, 3rd Street, and 4th Street as cross streets with 3 other north-south streets. So the number of properties affected is, I didn't count them ahead of time, but let's say it's just over a dozen or so. So from that perspective, it's pretty limited in what it would apply to. And then the question is, again, is it to any type of property or is it for just single family homes? And why I keep saying that is this zone allows for a broad spectrum of things. Redevelopment has mostly been either townhomes or apartments. We haven't seen anybody tear down and rebuild a single family home like they're proposing to do.
So could you just offer some feedback on what the council asked us quite a bit? What are unintended consequences of making a text amendment for this whole area?
I think it depends if you value the requirements. So if you remove the dormer standard, there's not a dormer standard. If you don't require recessed facades, long buildings can have flat walls just like everywhere else in the city. So it's really just how do you want to adjust standards that were created 20 years ago through a process that none of us in this room did, but those were the assumptions those were the plans for the neighborhood at that time. Now it's a redirection area. We likely at some point in the next few years will probably, I'm going to assume council will prioritize redoing the plan. I have no idea what the outcome of the plan is. Is it to promote a different type of character? Is it to facilitate redevelopment? Is it to preserve existing housing stock? I don't know what that is. So there's no proposal from us on moving forward with a city initiated rezone project at this time. And I think the other comment we had in staff comments was, if you do this change, is there outreach expected? Uniquely, it's not about a development, it's about a single family homeowner. Usually you have a development project, there might be a public hearing about it or something to like gain input. In this case, are we doing notice to everybody in the purple area? Are we getting feedback? It's again, how do you look at a broad zoning district having changes in relation to one request?
Other questions?
Kelly, maybe I missed this, but what's in the pink area and what zoning is that and what's the gold?
To the north with Lincoln Way,
Yeah,
that
north.
pink, that's the Lincoln corridor. It says downtown gateway zoning. And then that breaks at that alley about a half a block off of Lincoln Way. And then it transitions down into South Lincoln mixed use. And at the south where you see orange or gold, depending on what screen you're looking at, that's RH apartments.
So the purple was meant to be, I'm going to call purple, or violet, was meant to be a buffer, sort of.
I don't think so. I don't think it was really a buffer. I think you
Okay.
had a kind of a self-contained neighborhood between all of these things. Like it really is, this neighborhood is different, right? You have commercial on two sides, you have strip commercial to the north, and then you had more down a ridge line is where you have these apartments. They're not really interfacing a ton with this neighborhood. And so in 2003-ish, the city embarked on trying to create a plan that allowed for some commercial, really thinking 3rd Street was a commercial corridor and then some transition. And what they really were trying to prevent was a lot of tear down and rebuild with kind of plain apartments that had been happening in the area versus the smaller bungalow kind of housing, which is why you have the steep roof standard, you have the dormer standard and the gable face requirement. That's more of that bungalow type of style of older single family homes that's in the area.
Okay. Thank you.
The council's also seeing increasingly a desire to reduce front yard setbacks. This is like the 3rd project. And can you just talk about philosophically from a planning standpoint, the value of front yard setbacks or why they exist, and also if there's value in uniformity from property to property versus having different setbacks. Because I think that, I mean, if a text amendment was made for the entire area, it would potentially create significant variances up to 9 feet from property to property if properties were redeveloped, correct?
So the specific request is just for the secondary facade. So your interior lots would maintain the 25-foot normal standard front yard. So, and I don't know that we got into this in great detail. Some zones in the city allow for a secondary setback of 15. Some require the 25. So the city itself has made a choice that in certain areas the character is to have a reduced setback, and others it's said we want a more uniform tradition or larger front. I shouldn't say traditional front yard. And setbacks is like a whole discourse of why a city requires them, what is appropriate. It varies by zone and context. So I'm not going to say that you have to have 25-foot setbacks for any particular purpose. Different parts of the city have 15 and some have 25. I think practically speaking, when you're looking at other structures that like apartments or other things that we require landscaping with, the front yard setback allows for that landscaping to actually fit and mature and accomplish its purposes of softening those buildings from the street. I personally don't care a ton about the symmetry and the consistency, but some zones, or not us, but some cities do have limits on variation that say you can't be more than 5 to 10 feet from whatever your neighboring property is. So it kind of varies a lot overall. To me, the main value is when you have required landscaping, the yard space allows for that to actually work.
And so you're going to be going through and we're doing a significant project in terms of looking at our zoning ordinance. Are setbacks something that we're going to all be looking at?
We are trying not to touch single family zoning districts. So I had no interest in reviewing front yard setbacks and side yard setbacks and rear yards. It was mostly focused on other parts of the city.
Okay, very good. Any other questions?
And are all these of the same priority from your perspective? I mean, should we weight these any differently? They're all the same for the project.
So just to go through the list, right, we're talking about reducing a side setback or street side setback by 10 feet. We're talking about the length of a facade before you have to set a component of it back. Then we also have that design with the roof with the gables. I think, practically speaking, you do not need to reduce the side yard setback to 15 for the proposed house to fit. Now, the way it's proposed, it's centered in the lot. You would have to move it over to make it fit. So it isn't essential. The relief elements appear to affect the design. I think the owner would probably want to talk about that more than me. You can see how that makes him kind of situate different lengths of building facades there. And I'm not sure if that's completely desirable or not. He'll have to speak to that. And then the gables, they're there just for aesthetics to break up a long roof. Is it going to change the layout of the house? No, you don't have to have a living area under the gables. They're just decorative. So they do add some cost, but they break up a roof line.
Okay.
And if the fact, I appreciate your point, and I was wondering this before about the number of properties. There aren't very many properties. And so in terms of, what's the downside if we do this? I appreciate John's question. I generally, it's also a value of just figuring out how do we say yes to someone who wants to improve their property. And if it's not going to adversely impact very many properties, maybe that's an argument in favor of the applicant. So thanks.
All right, we'll open public comment. Does anyone want to address?
Sorry, Mayor, can I just ask Kelly, can you point out the lot on this?
Yeah, I believe, oops, my computer's not that computer.
Okay,
That's the property we're looking at.
thank you.
All right, open public input. Anyone want to address council?
I'm Jim Gregory, 129 Washington Avenue. I requested this change. The reason why we're doing this is my wife and I, we've lived here in this house for 25 years, and we'd like now to take the house down and build a house, shop, and garage so that my wife and I and my mother-in-law can all live together. basically for the rest of our lives. This is going to be kind of our forever home is the idea. We'd like to make it all no step entry, single level, 3-bedroom kind of, in a pretty nice place. The reason why we're requesting the 3 text amendments, primarily the setback is the one we're most worried about, is the lot's only 60 feet wide. So if we have a 25-foot wide side setback, our house now is shoved up to the north side of the lot, which really reduces the amount of space we have available on the north side of the house. I've counted the number of single lots in this neighborhood. There are about 18 that would be affected by this change. And I really think it would benefit pretty much all the lots, because you could make a wider house on every lot if you wanted to do that way. And if you wanted to put an addition to a house, you don't have to comply with this 25-foot setback, which would force the addition off 10 feet to one side. You can just build it in line with the rest of the property. So I guess I view this request, while it is, pretty different, you might say, I think it would really benefit the area. If you look at all the buildings on these lots right now, most of them already have a 15-foot side setback, because that was the way the area was originally zoned. When the overlay was put in place back in 2003, my wife and I participated with it at the time. And the thinking was, when this area was redeveloped, that primarily would be built as a multi-use with the office and stores on the bottom and residential built above. Mm-hmm. But that really hasn't happened. And as a result, all these lots that they thought would be combined to make these bigger buildings, it never really has happened. And it really has affected small single lots like ours, because now half our space is basically unbuildable. So that's why we're requesting this change in the side setback. The other thing is, we're willing to, if you feel like you don't want to you want to maintain the dormer standard, we're willing to live with that. But it's the side setback that really bothers us the most right now. So,
all right,
that's about all I have to say. I guess one other thing I mentioned about also the increase in the length in the secondary facade. The reason we requested that as well was, if you think about it, if you want to try to make a 3-bedroom house that's, say, 28 feet wide, only having a 40-foot long secondary facade is very difficult to try to fit a 3-bedroom house in a space that small. So that's why we've requested the extra 8 feet to be able to make a 3-bedroom house in a typical lot like ours right now. So, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? All right, we'll close public input. Any closing questions? Otherwise, entertain a motion.
So the process, if we were to go forward with this, could you walk us through the process of contacting other affected property owners and things?
So based on our adopted notice standards, just trying to think through. I don't think we've done this since we changed our noticing requirements. If the process is that the property owner has to apply for the text amendment, there would be a notice to all property owners in the zoning district. If the city initiates the text amendment, you would have to direct me on what notification process you want me to go through. So the city's exempt from general text amendment notification requirements, but by a property owner initiated one, our code would say a notice is then required.
And so does that change between option 1 and 2? Option 2 is only, we would go with Mr. Gregory's proposal, but would only be for single and 2-family homes. So would that not limit the notices?
It'd be everybody in the district.
Okay.
Yep. So, and either 1 or 2, with Mr. Gregory being allowed to apply for a text amendment, whether it's for 1 thing or 5 things, it's gonna trigger a notice to every owner in the purple zoning district.
Okay. You have a preference between those two?
Well, 2 is more limited in how many properties it.
I would definitely pick 2 over 1. I do not want to guess how apartment buildings and commercial buildings are going to fit with change standards. Maybe they're not good for apartments either, but that's a whole different conversation than what we're having tonight.
Okay, I'll move option 2.
I'll second.
Just want to be clear. I just, as I'm looking at this, we did note there's a recessed facade issue of 4 to 8 feet in the middle of the house. That should be included in this description here. If that's, I think he needs that also to do that, even though it's not in the letter.
So I would include that in my motion.
So Okay.
Yeah. Second.
All right. Okay.
So
Those
you would
pap-
be, so with two, you'd be able to apply for an amendment for all four of the issues, the dormers, the recessed setback, the length of facade, and the front yard setback. So that would be all of those items. You can apply for all of those then.
That's the intent of the motion.
Okay, perfect.
And only for single and two family homes.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried.
All right.
Thank you very much. All right, move on to item number 41, staff report regarding fire station number 2 relocation. So we're on the same page what we're talking about tonight. This is more a very limited conversation. This is not a huge, broad conversation, right? So if you want to just summarize what it is, so we don't go off into the, weeds talking about what color the fire engines are going to be, essentially. But
Sure, we'll keep you out of the ditches tonight. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rich Higgins, Ames Fire Department. I'm joined by our Facilities and Fleet Director, Corey Mellis. Tonight, we're here to give you just a quick update on where we're at with new fire station number 2, and also get direction from you on when it comes to the planning schematic design for Net Zero Ready. So as you may recall, back in April of 22nd of this year, we awarded a contract to BRW to basically 3 different things for new fire station number 2. Come up with a schematic and design development for the construction of a new station, provide preliminary cost estimates on what it would take to build that station, including some net zero ready options. And then third is to create a timeline with milestones for projects to provide significant information for you guys to seek out possibly a bond referendum as soon as November of this year, should the council prioritize station number 2 in the next capital improvement plan. So we've reached that point with our architect where we have a couple different designs, and we need direction from the council on net zero options. So I'll turn it over to Corey and talk a little bit about what we've learned about it.
Yeah, so the driving factor for net zero, you'll see in the staff report, was square footage. That's the biggest driving factor. That's a lot of it because of the equipment, piping, everything that needed. It's very complicated systems. So we asked them to kind of look at 3 options, and they gave us cost estimates. Now, these cost estimates are pretty high level at this point. I want to get too in the weeds on what they mean yet, or square footage of the building. Those are all things we need to work on still, but it gives you an idea of kind of that incremental cost of each. And this doesn't include, if you're thinking about a future bond issue, this isn't the total project cost. There's no architecture fees, engineering fees, third-party testing. None of that's included in this estimate. So pretty high level at this point, but want to get in front of you because that increment's going to stay consistent based on what you choose. So one thing we had them look at was just non-net zero building. This would be kind of built to code, probably some higher standards in areas. We'd have a higher standard commercial HVAC system because one of the goals is to have individual controls in every room of the fire station. So sleeping areas, everything. So it'd kind of be like City Hall where you'd have a heat pump style system where we could control temperatures much more than the other stations that they can right now. Net zero capable, so we're adding that square footage, but maybe we're not doing the geothermal, and we're probably not looking at solar right away with this. We're building in that square footage, so in the future, if the future council decides now's the time to put in geothermal and these upgraded, you're going to have heat recovery, heat exchangers, all that kind of infrastructure. We would put that in and have the space. There wouldn't have to be an addition. And I'll talk about that with the next one. So net zero ready, and we do talk about that adds the square footage, and we're saying you can't really do that as an alternate. And that's because we want to keep that space in the middle of the building, not to take away from the natural light of the building. If you think about when you did the indoor swimming pool, you had an alternate for the walking track. Well, that was a simple addition to the side. If you did that to the fire station, we'd lose almost a side of windows, which really hurts kind of the feel we want for the fire station staff in it. So that's one of the things to consider. And so that net zero ready does everything but the solar. We kind of show you a cost for the solar. That's probably going to be your geothermal. It's going to be all your upgraded HVAC. So if you added solar, you would hit that net zero designation once you add the solar. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. We did only put this in. We didn't have the consultant at this point look through different options or what's the best bang for a buck, because the Six Picks moves identified net zero ready. So that's what we stuck with.
Do you just want to highlight the three different costs then?
Yeah. So you can see that costs in the
public
table. So your non-net zero, non-zero capable, which has your extra square footage, not the extra HVAC components, and then net zero ready. We show a square foot cost. We also show you kind of what the current stations are, with Station 3 being the newest and the current fire station, just to give you an idea of scale. But you can see how much the cost increased to go to that net zero ready. And then you would have the additional cost of the solar. Now, we're not assuming any rebates, grants, or anything like that in these costs yet either. As most of you know, federal grants are going away for solar, but we'd still have City of Ames grants, or there could be other.
So for the public, you just tell them what those numbers are so they can just.
Yeah. So for
Percentage-wise,
non-net
don't
zero,
focus on them.
we're roughly $8 million. You go up about $500,000 basically in that square footage to go net zero capable. And then we go up kind of another $500,000 to that $9 million for net zero ready. The solar would cost approximately $720,000.
In addition to.
In addition.
Yes, we're looking at 570 a square foot for non-net zero. That's at 14,000 square foot right now early on. But then when we start looking at net zero capable and net zero ready, we need to add square footage to accommodate the additional mechanical, electrical equipment. That's 840 additional square foot. And our cost actually drops down for that initial just to add the space, but not the equipment, down to 569 a square foot. But then when we look at that net zero ready minus solar, that's when we get to that $612 a square foot right now.
So those other costs that Corey was talking about could be $1 million. You said $1 million, $1.5 million added on to that number.
Right. By the time you had architecture,
The startup,
A&E and F&E.
using a construction manager probably at risk, those kind of things.
Yeah. So there's still.
But these aren't the final numbers. Again, when we'll have to bring back to you the layout once you decide which one of the three you want added to it.
Yeah.
Then you look at the square footage and what we're trying to accomplish, and
But yeah,
we're going to try to cut square footage too in cost. But you'll have a chance to look at it too.
the more you go up, it probably would, like your A&E fees probably would increase as you increase the.
Yeah,
So tonight we just need direction on net zero so we can get back to the architect, and then hopefully in a 2 weeks we'll be back here before you with the architect to share some plans and elevations.
Question might be on the difference in we were talking about maybe the payback, and do you have any thoughts on that, or the carbon reduction?
Yeah.
About the
So-
different options.
Yeah, so carbon reduction, we talked to Nolan. So a good example, a building that's really close is Fire Station 1 is almost, it's 13,400 square feet. So pretty close in size. So that would have about 62 metric tons of carbon. It does, and it spends about $12,000 a year on utilities for electric and gas, to give you a comparison. So right now, City of Ames Electric is about 15% renewable. So you would save 85% of that 60, well, let's say 70 for a larger station. So you'd save 85% of that 70 in carbon reduction per year. So ROI, I think you can see by the numbers for going to that net zero ready, it'd be hard to calculate because it's a really big number over the life of the building. Talking to the architects and some people, if we just did solar, which you could do on any building, you're looking at probably the 15 to 20 years for solar payback, and probably the same for geothermal. One of the benefits for geothermal is the most efficient option out there right now, and a large part of that cost could last 100 years. The wells and things could last a long time, but the equipment itself wouldn't last that long. But again, that payback's probably 15 to 20 years. But when you guys start adding in the square footage and everything else needed, that ROI gets out there quite a bit for a building this size.
No, the wells are the small part of the price. It's the compressors, all the equipment and stuff. And
yeah,
you're going to have
Now,
20, maybe
you're not-
25 year life expense.
You're not designing the building based on this input. It allow the persons that developed the cost and the concept, which probably will be used for the bond issue if and when you want to move ahead with it. You understand? After we get somebody hired to design it, then there can maybe be adjustments. We'll see. But we're trying to get the best number we can to take to the public based on what you want to have.
But didn't you say that they're coming back in 2 weeks with floor plans and exterior elevations already?
Well, we don't know exactly.
Yeah, we're hopeful. We've been working pretty hard.
We got a lot of work to do yet in 2 weeks ourselves to cut back some things.
Okay. Any other questions?
Corey, I'm still a little bit confused. So one of the lessons that we learned from our climate action plan work is that we're trying to do a cost benefit analysis on a case by case basis, so an evidentiary based. So you've given us the comparison with the other fire station. Is there a way to try to quantify the benefit? So it's it's additional $1 million, but I still don't understand what that's gaining us in terms of carbon reduction. And then secondly, how would that compare? Like if we put that same money in other climate action goals, I want to make sure we're spending the taxpayers' money in a way that leverages our climate action goals.
Right. So, like I said, so a net zero building, so say you add the solar to a new fire station 3, the carbon output would be 0 over the life of the building. So there might be times where you do use some utilities, but then there's times you make more money off solar, things like that. So what we're saying is compared to fire station 1, it has no imprint on carbon. Does that make sense on that piece of it? Now, the cost to get that benefit, I think that's why we're in front of council, because Net Zero Ready didn't say, evaluate if this is the best bang for your buck. It said, build to net zero ready for municipal buildings. As you know, shortly, I'm not sure exactly when, we'll come back with the study of all the other buildings. And in that study, we talk about how much carbon for your dollar. How much carbon are you moving for your dollar? This is not what this was done with. This was to meet that standard of net zero ready that was in the climate action.
And that's super helpful. So, for example, if it cost us $1,000 to get to net zero ready, we would all say, yeah, it's $1,000, fine, just do it. If it was $10 million, we'd say, that's crazy, we can't do that. So what I'm trying to figure out is where are we in the middle in terms of figuring out the cost benefit analysis? That's what I'm still struggling with.
Yeah, I think right now you would have to take that, it's what do you value the carbon versus just pure dollars? That's the hard part.
That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out.
Right.
Can you do that?
No, I'm not a voting member, so I don't think
Yeah, I mean, this is tough because I think, we knew, or we should have known, I guess I expected that that the climate action plan is going to have costs, right? It's going to cost more to build city buildings to net zero ready status. I guess we knew or should have known that would cost more. But yeah, the tricky part is, is this more that it costs worth the benefit it gains? I get the question. I mean, I understand. To me, I feel like we should at least do net zero capable. Now, I'd like to push for net zero ready, but I think it would look very bad for our first municipal build, the first time we're having this conversation about a municipal building and we're going to say, no, actually it's too expensive. I mean, how can we expect anyone to follow this standard if we won't do it ourselves? So
I agree with what you just said, Bronwyn. I think I didn't even know net zero capable was a thing before reading this the report. So but I like the difference here, because one of my concerns is that if we are not going completely net zero right away, we're putting in equipment which may become last generation equipment by the time we want to be net zero. And so I'm not sure that it's as much value if we put in the geothermal immediately. I mean, I think we heard when we were talking about the Baker subdivision that once you put those things in and the system goes bad, you don't really have a lot of options if the system is under a building for repairs. You simply build something new to replace it. And so that is going through my mind. And creating a building that could house a system seems more sensible to me than putting in part of a system and then saying, well, now we got to wait on the solar. Right? I mean, I think I'm not really in favor of non-net zero ready.
Right.
But I feel like,
I would say.
the middle ground is build the building big enough to accommodate this. And then as we have money and we see what the technology is doing, to move in the direction that makes sense.
So is that net capable as we're
Net
talking about?
capable.
Yeah.
And we worked with BRW. We did kind of come up with that term, but kind of trying to find that middle ground, that so it's not all or nothing. I
Well,
think.
so we wouldn't put any internal equipment that could become obsolete is what we're saying. We're just building the building size wise.
Yeah.
But just to be
We
clear,
might have
you're not doing geothermal.
Not doing
What you're
geothermal.
doing is you're putting in probably energy efficient, traditional heating and cooling system. And that means that probably you'd have to wait 20, 25 years to justify replacing that equipment and then trying to retrofit and go in and drill the geothermal wells, because they're not putting the wells in as part of this. That's what the additional cost is. Just so council's aware, it's not like, in 3 or 4 years we're going to do it. No, you're going to be tearing out equipment
Yeah, we'd probably
that
end of
is
life.
still, it's end of life. So you're looking at probably, and I'm not trying to argue for or against it. It's just more or less you're building something which is going to should be serviceable for at least 15, 20 years before you need to change your equipment.
Yeah.
And then you're going to say it's a lot more expensive to put in the geothermal at that time, because you got to drill the wells, get underneath the building, unless you rough in conduits and ways to get that. So
I mean, you make a great point there, I think.
So
For
anyway.
sure.
Only
I mean,
if geothermal is still the thing 25 years
Well, it's
from
very
now.
true.
But we need
That
to
is-
we need to start moving the needle now. We can't wait till 20 years from now to start making all these changes. Like, if anything, that's an argument to move for the net zero ready model. Even though it costs more now, it's gonna cost less than if we move to this in 20 years, right? Those costs are gonna be more.
Yeah, and I wondered if it might not be similar to Fitch, where we thought about geothermal, but once we got the studies back and realized, that pipe is going to run under the building, it would be hard to, then we could back off of perhaps a particular technology, but let's at least go down that road and see what we can do.
Well, and those, I mean, and I'm not a geologist, but Fitch was hampered by the site constraints in a way that this site for geothermal installation should not be. Is that?
Right. It shouldn't not be. I mean, if
Yeah,
it's
I
looking-
can't promise
but we
anything.
can't promise
Yeah,
anything.
I get that.
We haven't done, gone through the DNR process. There could be something that makes it non-viable, just like Fitch. You just
All right.
won't know.
Was
Open up public comment. Anyone want to address council on this topic tonight? Seeing none, we'll close public input. Any closing questions, comments, or otherwise entertain a motion?
I'll move alternative option 1 to direct staff to have the architect design a net zero ready building.
Okay. Any closing comments or discussion? Those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion passed.
Thank you.
All right. And just to be clear, when you get the budgets coming back again, if they're all of a sudden, or you do the test wells, you can still design the building and have it that larger size, but the council still can go ahead if they have to and pull the trigger and reduce backwards if they have to.
Yeah. Yep. there's still.
The
plenty
point
of
is that you're
opportunity.
going to still have the same size building, whether you do option 2 or 3.
This just gives direction to the architect to design to bring something back to show you
Size-wise and
size-wise
also
and
the layout
cost-wise.
and whatever.
Yeah.
And then also when they're doing the budgeting, they're going to refine their budgets essentially.
Yeah. If it moves forward, we'll have lots more discussions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, move on to item number 42, zoning text amendment to amend the PUD overlay open space standard for infill sites.
Good evening. So the item after this is dependent on whether council moves ahead with this text amendment. The applicant for the townhome project had asked that council create a new exception for a common open space standard. So in our PUD, we require for single family detached, single family attached, and for apartments to all set aside common open area. We believe that it was kind of inefficient for an infill site. So council said they would exempt single family attached from an infill site having to meet the standard. It would still apply to single family detached, and it would still apply to apartments as presented. We're recommending approval. It does facilitate infill projects from recent experience. It could be applied to detached dwellings as well if that was an interest to try to promote that. We did believe apartments should not be included at the time this was initiated. So as drafted, it is only for single family attached, and that's what's being shown to at this time.
Questions? All right, declare the public hearing on this item to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on the zoning text amendment to amend the PUD overlay open space standard for infill sites? Seeing and hearing none, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain a motion on first reading of the ordinance.
Move alternative 1.
Second.
Roll call.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere. Aye. Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Thank you. Move on to item 43, hearing on 400 South 4th Street rezone for 16-unit planned unit development.
All right, thank you very much. So the request before you on this item is for a 16-unit attached townhome project and a request to rezone the site with the SSMD base zone with a PUD, a planned unit development here, 400 South 4th. So as I said, the request is for 16 units of attached units, as you can see there. There are 8 pairs, and each unit would be on their own lot. So South 4th Street would abut the site to the north. You see there the access being taken from the intersection with Washington, right there at the north side of the site. And then there would be a private street through the middle of the site between the north row of units and the south row of units. So with a PUD, the PUD allows some flexibility for design and some deviations from base standards. Also, there are some requirements both in the SSMD and with the PUD standards for a specific type of design relative to the buildings. So what you're looking at there is the north elevation. So this here is the north face of the north row of townhomes. So this particular view is what you would see from South 4th Street. The developer has designed it with some dormers, also some covered stoops on the front doors that face 4th Street there. And then, of course, the horizontal lap siding. The south view there would be where the garage access would be. So this was something that we worked with the developer on specific to the site, is getting this particular presentation to the north facing South 4th. And then the south duplexes here, or the south attached ones here, I'll show you that. That is the north elevation of the south row of units. Again, the access to the sides of the garage there with the garages in between and some variation there in the roof line design of the garage. And then the south elevation of those, that would be to the backyard. And there are some sliding walkout doors there to the south. So specific to this request tonight, there are a couple of unique deviations that are listed in there with the list of deviations that the developer's requesting. One of them is a reduction in the front yard setback to 10 feet in this particular case. Also, there is a rear yard setback requesting to go down to 15 feet. So the front yard setback under base zoning would be 25 feet normally, and then also the rear yard would be that 25 feet as well. To be able to qualify for a deviation, you do need to have the PUD design standards met, as well as the other base zone, in this case, the SSMD design standards. So in this case, that's that, particularly that design along South 4th Street you saw that gives it the aesthetic appeal and just the overall design of the site to be able to be considered for those reductions. So we have a couple of alternatives particular to the front yard. One is to approve the request of the developer as is at a 10-foot setback reduction in the front. The other alternative you could choose is, if you believe that there needs to be a little bit more room in the front, a 15-foot setback instead. Staff, looking at the design, particularly of the north row of units, we are able to support the developer's request of alternative number 1. So I can take any questions you might have.
Thanks, Justin. Questions?
So if the front yard setback were altered to 15 feet, we lose some driveway parking?
So, not really. The south row of driveways are not standard length driveways. So a vehicle may fit, but it's not 20 feet deep to start with. So if that's where all 5 feet were to be taken, it's still not technically a parking space. It's just less depth in space.
So this applies only to the south row, not the north row?
In our eyes, the most practical way of gaining 5 feet is to take it from the south driveways, because they are not compliant driveways to start with. The north homes have a 20-foot driveway.
Okay.
So you could also take it from there, but then that would drop below 20 feet as well.
The overhangs, the porches, those are exempt from the setback. Is that correct?
The stoops that are in the front?
Yeah,
they are
elevations that you show. You go back to the elevation.
Yep.
They are described as an allowed exception into the setback. So by approving this plan, you're allowing them to go in front of the 10-foot setback. So I don't remember what number you quoted in the report.
I think with the stoops would come out approximately 4 feet. So there'd be a distance of 6 feet from the edge of the stoop to the sidewalk.
So having the columns and the overhangs, that's all allowed to project into the setback. Is that correct?
If you approve this plan. So
it's a variance from what
you have to directly allow for it. Yes. So the way we wrote the PUD is if you reduce the setback, you have to then specifically say whether additional projections are allowed or not, because the yard space is smaller. So
because we had that request a few weeks ago from a person that was wanting to do some awnings and other things,
and it was too close to the street, so it didn't meet the allowed projections that we apply citywide. So it's only in the PUD. If you permit it, does it get to be that way? So if you had a standard yard, if you had the 25 feet that you're required to have, across the city, we allow an 8-foot projection in the front yard for a stoop or a porch or an awning of anything of that type. It's once you reduce it below 25 feet, you don't get to benefit from that additional projection.
What's
other questions?
What's the setback setback in Baker, for instance? I'm just trying to visualize.
The ones along Tripp and Baker
Yeah,
Creekside.
along Tripp.
So I think Creekside, I believe they're at 15 feet. The front of the building is. There are some projections there as well, some small
Right.
projections.
That's why I was trying to.
Right, so
That's a good comparison.
15 to the facade.
Similar.
Right.
15 to the facade with a projecting porch or stoop
Yeah.
that goes a few feet in front of that, if I remember
Right.
Correct. Yep.
So we're saying,
So this would be similar to that,
well, it'll be about 5 feet closer than that.
5 feet closer than that. Okay.
And I don't remember if those were uniform or not, but I think there were some that are as close as what we're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Am I right in thinking that at the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, there were neighbors who expressed concerns about the amount of on-street parking perhaps not being sufficient? And this is what is going through my head when I'm thinking, do we want to increase the setback or not? If increasing the setback means removing some parking somehow in the back, then that's.
Yeah, so I think the comments from the public were a lot of general questions about how it worked as a project and why it got to be a PUD and why are any deviations allowed. Not saying let's allow a 10-foot deviation, so more parking. So then they did question how 16 units had parking. We require 2 per unit. And then the benefit of this design was on-street parking on 4th Street was preserved versus cutting it up with front-loading garages. And again, those back units aren't technically a parking space. Some smaller vehicles may fit. An F-150 is not going to really fit without hanging into the private street anyways. So I guess it kind of depends on informal parking versus true parking.
But each of the garages is
Each
2
garage
cars
is,
and will accommodate something like an F-150?
they're, what are they, 20 by 20?
I think so.
I think they're standard minimum size 2-car garages.
And a 20-foot wide private road, Juniper Street, is not wide enough to really have parking on one side. Is that correct? And there's
No.
also all the driveways there. There's just no way you're going to get parking on that street whatsoever. Is that correct?
No, the driveway cuts are too close. Even if you made the road 2 feet wider, you don't have I don't think you generally have 20 feet of space to try and carve out parallel parking spaces. See what that layout is.
Okay. All right. Declare public hearing on this item to be open. I think the applicant's interested in addressing council. So if you want to go to the podium and introduce yourself and then offer comments.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Matthew Corey. I'm a fairly recent hire with Stubbs Engineering, and they wanted to throw me in the deep end tonight. So here I am.
Welcome to the deep
So
end
please go
there.
easy on me. Yeah, just we wanted to kind of address that 10-foot setback issue. We've had conversations with the developer and looked at different options to increase that setback. There aren't really any good ones that we could come up with that the developer was on board with. We could be looking at removing the sidewalk, which we don't want to do, or taking those driveways to less than 20 feet, which we don't want to do. My understanding is the developer just isn't interested in moving off of the 10-foot setback that we have proposed here. So yeah, that's kind of my spiel, I guess. If you have any questions, I have some notes. I might be able to answer something for you.
Well, thank you. We appreciate your coming and offering your comments.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to address council on this? All right, we'll close public comment. Or close the public hearing. All right, any other questions?
Kelly, you don't know offhand, do you, what the setback is on the townhomes on Wilder?
And Wilder, the ones out by Lincoln Way.
Yeah.
If you give me a minute, I can tell you.
I recall we had a discussion when we put in those townhomes about the setback and it was obviously somewhat similar conditions with the private drive behind and
I think on so on Wilder, there's a little bit of variation. It looks like for the most part, I think they're 25 feet, which would have been that was built under the PRD standards. It is pretty common that they had to meet front yard requirements in a PRD, the way that was worded. So I believe if you're talking about that cluster of units on the west side of Wilder, right next to Lincoln Way, they have, I believe, a 25-foot setback to the facade. I think the most comparable to what you're seeing is Creekside. It has a little bit more generous front yard, but it's similar in how it's situated. Otherwise, I'm off the top of my head, I can't think of. Well, we haven't done a ton of infill projects yet. Everybody else would have had to meet setbacks. I think Creekside was probably the first front yard reduction you did for townhomes.
Is there a motion?
I'll move alternative 1.
Second.
And just as a word of encouragement, I mean, if we want to have intensification, we have to be flexible a little bit on some of these things. This is a property that's sat vacant for a long time, and wow, it's nice to see some building going on in Ames. So I think it's be a great project.
Roll call.
Corriere. Aye. Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Is there a motion on resolution approving the preliminary plat?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere. Aye.
All right, thank you.
Matthew, tell your boss you brought home a trophy.
All right, declare public hearing on the 2024-2025 multimodal roadway improvements, 6th Street north of City Hall to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this project? Seeing and hearing none, I declare the public hearing to be closed. Do you have any comments or questions from Justin on this project?
I'll entertain any questions you may have on it.
Apparently there is none. Is there a motion approving the report of bids?
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plans, specifications, and awarding a contract to Midstate Solution LLC of Baxter, Iowa, in the amount of $125,151.50.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Move on to item number 45, hearing on the 2024-2025 Water System Improvement Program, East 14th Street and Meadow Lane Avenue project. Do you have any comments on this one, Justin, or
No other comments. I'll just entertain any questions council has.
any questions? Declare the public hearing on this project to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this topic tonight? Seeing and hearing none, declare public hearing to be closed. Entertain motion accepting reported bids for 2024-2025 Water System Improvement Program, East 14th Street and Meadow Lane Avenue project.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Entertain motion on resolution approving final plan specifications and awarding a contract to Jet Drain Services LLC of Ames, Iowa, in the amount of $314,426.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Betcher.
Aye.
Beatty Hansen.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. We'll move on to the hearing for approval of the 2025-2026 Annual Action Plan for Cities, Community Development, CDBG, and Home Programs. Ms. Vanessa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you our 25-26 Annual Action Plan. We have spent a lot of time trying to prepare this. We started out with conducting public forums, as we normally do, to get input from the community as to what they think ideas would be for us to utilize the funds. We did public forums on March 13th, got some feedback regarding ideas for projects. One included adding back public infrastructure for nonprofit organizations, looking at bus passes or swimming passes for students to go to the pool, and continuing to look at ways to provide affordable housing. We also did a survey, and all that was presented at the May 13th City Council meeting for your approval. At that time, we did not know what our allocations was going to be for the 25-26 year, but because we were running out of time to get the plan prepared and to get it out for the 30-day comment period, you allowed us to go ahead and proceed with the following projects, which was going to continue from 24-25, our renter affordability program, to provide our home buyer assistance program, to implement a single-family rehab program, also our public infrastructure improvement program for sidewalk repair, continue our disposition of properties, the public facilities improvement program, the pocket park at the Baker subdivision, and the public infrastructure water improvement system in low-income census tract number 10, which specifically this past year was North Russell. Also, for 25-26, we extended that program for the public infrastructure improvements water system program in that same census tracts, but we were targeting South Riverside and South Russell Streets. And then we also added, again, from feedback, a public facilities rehabilitation program for area nonprofits. We hadn't done that program in quite a while, and so thought it might be something that some of the nonprofits in the area might be able to utilize, since we don't have that many that still own their properties. Our projected revenue at that time was based on our current year 24-25 allocation. And for the home program, we wanted to continue to do the single-family new home construction program at the Baker subdivision. And we're working to hopefully implement a tenant-based rental assistance program. And we need to close out our Light Tech project, which was building the 38 units out in the Baker subdivision. So right shortly after that meeting, we did receive our allocation from HUD for the coming year. And surprisingly, the both CDBG and home dollars were increased. Really surprised by home because it's been going down for the last 8 years. But it was a $21,000 increase. So at that May 13th meeting, we had talked and gotten your approval to adjust those dollar amounts if they increased or decreased. And if they increased, we would increase our public improvements program by 70%, and we would increase the public facilities for nonprofits by 30%. And so we made adjustments to those dollars. And also, I just wanted to make clear for the public that the numbers may not seem quite the same if you take the 70% increase and you take the 30% increase, because we have closed out our 24-25 fiscal year. And so we now know what our expenditure was. So the rollover amount that we had projected previously had changed because we've spent money on projects for 24-25 that we didn't know that were going to be spent or not. We do have 2 that are rolling over, but that also changed the numbers. And so we just wanted to make it clear that the numbers made another adjustment after we increased the allocations, so that the public would know those are really the real numbers that we have that we're rolling forward dollars on. We also, during that time frame, received 1 public comment regarding recycling, and I did refer that to our resource recovery superintendent and also our sustainability coordinator. And our resource recovery superintendent has reached out and responded to her request. And she's very happy to have the opportunity to get more information about recycling and so forth. And so that was the only comment that we received during the public comment period. And so with that, those were the major adjustments in the plan that we are needing to submit prior to August 16th. And I just was informed by HUD that they would like to have it submitted by the 14th. So I'm working hard trying to make sure I can meet their deadline. Just want to keep them happy. So with that, I would entertain any questions that you might have.
Questions?
Vanessa, we're in an environment where there's a lot of federal cuts going on in different programs. And I've read that there's some significant cuts coming to CDBG and home, but could you speak to that? And are there any just sort of takeaways that you'd want us as a council to think about federal funding stability?
Yes, sir. I can tell you that the home program is not going to be funded again. And HUD's rationale for that, or Congress' rationale for that, was because they have, I think it's $50 billion or $50 million out there in home ARP, that they're not going to fund the regular home program. There's been some significant cuts going to be made to the public housing program and the Section 8 program. And then there's been some cuts made to CDBG, and everything is kind of going back and forth as to what these proposals are going to be. We are in the position right now, good and bad, that we've had 2 years of buildup because our stuff didn't get processed. So we're sitting on some balances that we normally wouldn't have this high, that hopefully will work in our favor if they make major cuts to CDBG this coming year. In 2026 is when those cuts are supposed to occur. So again, we also are in a position where we have some resources for receiving program income because we have lots to sell that'll bring income to us if there's further cuts from HUD, unless they decide we have to give them all that money back. I'm not sure where they are with that.
That's really helpful. Thank you. And so just to put a pin in this, I think this council believes in the importance of the programs that we're funding, and whether it's federal dollars or our dollars, I think we should continue to be doing this kind of work. And so, but it has implications for our budgeting process. So it's great that we've got some buffer in some program dollars that gives us some opportunity to sort of see how federal funding is going to play out. We can continue these programs, and then we can look at to what degree we bring some of those projects into our general budget. But I'm just, even right now, I want to say that I think we should continually be supportive of these kind of programs, whether it's federal funding or our dollars.
I agree, and hopefully that we can justify to HUD about making our timeliness test we didn't make this past year. I do have to submit a report to them on how that we're going to spend that money down by next May. That's why it was important that we add these projects to this year, that we can hopefully get that money spent down, because that report is due to them by August 19th, I believe.
Thank you.
Vanessa, you, under CDBG new projects for 2025-26, we're continuing that infrastructure water system improvement project. And I assume that these properties have been surveyed for SHPO already, so that they will sail through whatever process we have.
Yes, we actually, when we first tried to do the North Russell, we had to go through SHPO. We got it approved, but they put some stipulations on it that we had to do some more reconnaissance surveying. And so we hired the state archaeologist's office to survey the entire census tract. And so we do have data for SHPO that says we're not going to be affecting any historic properties, and that the work we're doing should not impact the land or the houses that we're doing. So we do have that study that we got through the state. And I'm glad we just kind of did the whole census tract, because they made it very clear that unless we do it again, that they would not approve any more of the projects in that tract.
Well, and that seems like a large number that would go toward meeting our timeliness test if there are no other issues.
I hope so. It's quite stressful.
Other questions?
Go
ahead.
So under CDBG new 2025-26 projects, the public facilities rehab program for area nonprofit organizations funded through asset. Is there already a project in mind? I guess I was just looking for some additional information on that.
This is a program that we've done years ago where we make funds available for nonprofits who own their facilities to make repairs to them, like if they needed handicap accessibility, if they needed new windows or new water heaters or anything to keep the infrastructure up and going, because usually all their funding is going towards programming, and for their own facilities, they don't have money to do that. So when it was brought up that that would be a program that could be a program that be available, we did put some dollars in there that can be increased at some point if council prefers to, but it is a starting point to see how many of the nonprofits who still own their properties, when we go out and solicit it for applications, would be interested in utilizing these dollars to do that. In the past, we've helped several of the nonprofits that own their own facilities.
Thank you.
Vanessa, council got an email from Andrew Allen from YSS regarding saying availability of, funding for a project they're considering. And I think that got sent on to you. Did he ever follow up with you on is there opportunity for using any of these funds for their projects, or they just wouldn't qualify, or is it?
Well, no, I spoke with YSS prior to the public forums. They came to the public forums. I added their comments to that May meeting, which was rehab program for nonprofits. And so that's where the program came from as a placeholder for that. Now, also, it was my understanding that some of the projects they were considering wanting to do had some other issues that needed to be addressed as far as zoning and whether or not the funds could be used to turn it into something in a zone that may not be applicable. So until that's resolved, we just kind of put at least some dollars in there to start something until that whole discussion can take place, which my understanding has not taken place about the zoning for one particular property. In particular, they were concerned about wanting to do some rehab too.
We just was turning it over to you and to Kelly to talk to them if they want to pursue after it. But given the fact that there's $1.4 million available for public infrastructure, I didn't know some of that could be shifted over into that project if it met some of the other council goals. But again, just want to make sure that loop got closed, because he did reach out and to make sure that he made contact and that there was some conversation, around that. So
yes, sir. And we also have our home art money that we're going to hopefully be soliciting too. And the thing about the public facilities rehab program, because that's the program that would repair and rehab nonprofit facilities, we have to make it available to everyone. And so once we take applications and we see what the needs are, and if we can fund those, or if we need more funds, then that's the time we can do that. But in order to make that happen, we have to make sure that no one else wants to take advantage of these dollars as well, which kind of makes it hard to put that kind of money into one project at this time.
Yep.
Not to say it's something that if the council wants to do in the future, after this is approved, we can go back and make adjustments to the budget. It just takes another comment period, but at least we would have gotten through this part with HUD.
Okay, thank you. I declare a public hearing on this item, approval of the 2025-2026 annual action plan to be open. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this topic? Seeing and hearing none, declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain motion on resolution approving the submittal of the 2025-2026 CDBG Home Annual Action Plan.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Roll call.
BD Hanson,
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
you. One under 47, hearing on rezoning a property located at 2715 Dayton Avenue from Agriculture A to Government Airport District SGA. Any questions for Kelly on this one? Declare the public hearing to be open on this particular item on the rezoning. Is there anyone who wants to address council on this? Declare the public hearing to be closed. Entertain motion on first reading of ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
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 All right, moving on, under 48, entertain motion on second reading of ordinance amending Chapter 28 of Municipal Code for Renewable Energy Buyback Program.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Aye.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
BD Hanson.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Thank you. And is there interest on a motion to suspend the rules and allow third reading and adoption of the ordinance?
Move we waive the rules.
Second.
Roll call.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
BD Hanson.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
And entertain motion on third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4566.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
BD Hanson.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to under 49, entertain motion on second reading of zoning text amendment to create a partial paving exception for lawn driveways exceeding 300 feet.
Move on second.
Second.
Roll call.
Betcher.
Aye.
BD Hanson.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye.
And entertain motion to suspend the rules and allow the third reading and adoption of the ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Entertain motion.
I'll call roll for that.
Roll call.
Oh.
Suspend the rules.
But I want it to be a motion. Sorry.
We'll
You
edit
are-
it out of the video. No worries.
After 10.
Yeah, that's after 10. It's the witching hour. Go ahead.
BD Hanson.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
It's a good thing you're here to keep me straight. Entertain motion on third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4567.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
BD Hanson.
Aye.
And number 50, we entertain motion on third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4564, rezoning property located 57258 220th Street, East 13th, from Agriculture A to General Industrial GI.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Corriere.
Aye.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
BD Hanson.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
And entertain motion on third reading and adoption of ordinance number 4565, modifying driveway dimensions and spacings.
Move on third.
Second.
Roll call.
Garten.
Aye.
Junk. Aye. Betcher.
Aye.
BD Hanson.
Aye.
Rollins.
Aye.
Corriere.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to disposition of communications from council. We have 4 of them. There's a request from Michelle Farnham, ISG Research Park Facility Manager, for a zoning text amendment related to landscaping. Is there an interest in referring this to staff for a memo?
Move we get a memo.
Second.
Thank you. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Email from Jimmy Byer regarding the Pollinator Friendly Community Task Force. on the emerald ash borer treatment methods and native pollinaries. Is there an interest in referring this to staff for a memo?
I'd move we get a memo from staff.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Item 3 is a memo from Vanessa regarding the status of an IEDA grant award to the city of Ames on behalf of the entity, and there's no action necessary. It's just more or less for council's information. And then the last one is from Kelly, request for a zoning text amendment for the improvement of off-street parking areas and driveway standards for ag equipment. That's a memo. Is there an interest in putting this on a future agenda?
Will be placed on a future agenda.
Second.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. All right, reports of governing bodies. Discover Ames,
There's been no meeting.
Ames Regional Economic Alliance.
I think, is Greene County the last one?
Yeah, it was.
So we, Ames Alliance has added Greene County to their region.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. No report from Story County Emergency Management Agency, Ames Transit.
No meetings.
All right. We'll move on to council comments. Emily, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Hello there.
Oh, hi.
A voice from.
I will be back next week, so I'm very excited to be back. So I'll be there in person for the next Saturday meeting and the next city council meeting. So I'm very excited to come back. So that's all I've got.
Look forward to seeing you again up here at the dais as ex officio. Rachel,
Nothing tonight.
Tim,
Outstanding presentation from Don, Curtis, and Corey. Great job.
Amber,
Nothing for me.
Nothing for me.
Alan.
Nothing for me. Thank you.
Doug and I had the opportunity to volunteer over in Nevada for the Wall That Heals, which was making the rounds of the country. And it was really nice to see a lot of folks from Ames over there for the opening day and also for the Agent Orange awareness ceremony on Saturday night.
Right. Entertain motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.